Testing microphone 1 2. Testing microphone 1 2. Hey everybody, how's it going tonight? Biff back with you again. Haven't been here in a while. I know that. Maybe some of you don't. It's been a couple of weeks. My wife, went on vacation. She uh, got back safely. She went overseas. She got back safely, so we're all happy with that and thankful. My daughter graduated from kindergarten about a week ago, and so not this past week, last week, she was out of school. The week before that, she was in school, her last week of school, and so I was on uh, almost every day, I think, because my wife was on vacation overseas, and my daughter was in school. I was here at home, so I think I was getting on every day. But then my daughter, her graduation was on May 23rd from school, her last day, and so we've been kind of hanging out and doing stuff together, her and I. And while my wife's on vacation, now my wife's back, and we're doing stuff this weekend. Some stuff as a family. It's been kind of cold here, so but anyways, yeah, it's been a while, so I'm gonna try to stream at night. My daughter is usually in bed by lights out in the summertime is 8:30, and so I can usually get on by like 9 o'clock. Um, I can usually get on by like 9 o'clock or so, and maybe be on for 2 or 3 hours, maybe. We'll see. Let me just check the audio here really quick, make sure that's coming through. Okay, sounds a little light, but I can always pull the mic in a little bit closer, like so. That might be a little better. We'll see. I'll check on it here shortly. But anyways, yeah, I'm back with you, and like I said, I'm gonna try to stream every night, and then I'll be able to stream during the day when she goes back into school, and she starts school again in mid-August. So yeah, so we'll see what happens. But I got an itch to play Fields of Fire again. I've been messing around with some board games on Tabletop Simulator and reading some of the rules and stuff. But I thought at some point I want to get back into Fields of Fire. I don't know if I'm ever going to master the game. I think I'm going to continue to make mistakes, uh, because who doesn't make mistakes with a 92-page rule book or 96-page, whatever it is? In fact, as I've been playing a little bit off stream, I've been asking myself, has anyone ever had a playthrough, even referencing the rules, having a rule book like right in front of you, player aid, stuff like that? Has anyone successfully played this game without making a mistake? Maybe the developer, but there's just so many things going on in this game. And as I was playing a little bit today, I was telling myself, I have to talk. There's a reason why when I was playing before, one turn took about 2 hours because I have to talk myself through everything, every little detail, because there are so many of them. And gosh, I got to see if either I'm going to be able to tighten the screw on this thing, or this lens is just eventually going to fall out of here. These are just a pair of inexpensive reading glasses I got at Costco. Costco has good deals on reading glasses. I think these are 175s. But you get like a 3-pack for like 17, 18 bucks. And they're good quality glasses. I mean, they're sturdy, they're not flimsy. They've got hard plastic earpieces and um, but I've had these for a while. They're kind of these are my computer glasses when I'm down here in the computer room. When I'm done, I take them off at night, but or whenever I'm off the computer, I take them off, leave them down here. But yeah, so everything seems to be looking okay over here, I hope. I'm going to sneak this in just a little bit further. So I was going to look at, I did do a little bit of a change on my camera. I wanted to have rounded edges on so I did do a little bit of that. But yeah. And then, so now when I do my camera spots, you see me up here. It's got rounded with a nice purple background. I may change the background. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. Anyways, so I want to do what we normally do, which is do I want to do an is there any deal? Go through here. I don't know if there's any sales going on right now. I don't know when Steam Summer Sale starts. But I've had a couple of games, my eye on a couple of games that I don't see going down yet. Do 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 do. I don't see anything there. I was gonna do this too. Let's just keep these things open just to see what's going on with what's going on with the temperatures. What's going on with the task manager, the CPU, the GPU, and then what's going on with the resource monitor. Let's pull this over here. Where'd the resource monitor go? There it is. I don't know what I just open. It's down here. See, I've got the resource monitor, I've got task manager, I got core temps, I've got Chrome open. So I don't see anything there on is there any deal? Let's see if there's anything on Steam. I already looked at my discovery queue for Steam. This is Steam's summer showcase of summer showcases. But I looked through there today too. I didn't really see anything that. Oh, there was a used car manager. Simulator. thought there was a demo for it or something. A car dealer simulator demo. Maybe that's it. Let me see. Car mechanic. There's so many simulators out here. I'm not going to play it though. I was just looking through here to see. But Trade Top Simulator's in here. I actually got a and this kind of surprises me because I think Tabletop Simulator is pretty popular among tabletop players. I mean, I know a lot of people like to play board games face to face, but this kind of surprised me. I got a achievement, played Tabletop Simulator for over 100 hours. 7.3%, less than 10% of players have this achievement. 7.3%. I thought it was higher than that. Maybe the people that I see playing on Tabletop Simulator are they're just repeat players. They're part of the 7.3% that play and play and play and play. I mean, for me, it'd be a great resource for like playing long distance, trying to get people in from. I know a friend of mine and I haven't talked to him in a while. He got married, and that's another story. But he, we're talking about playing Gloomhaven together. So I think I bought Jaws of the Lion because he had bought Jaws of the Lion. And so we're like, hey, I think I actually bought him a copy of Tabletop Simulator, or I highly recommended it to him. And I said, hey, we can play this together. It's on Tabletop Simulator. Let's play it together. And we never did. We never did. I think he met somebody, and it's been a long time since I've talked to him. So, but for me, it's like you got family even around the world. You know, you can hook up with them and play on Tabletop Simulator. Anyways, I'm going to start up the aforementioned Tabletop Simulator. You might hear some music here. I don't know. And then I'm going to start up the game. We're going to create single player. I'm going to load Fields of Fire folder. Fields of Fire Normandy Mission 1. And I've set it up to be a training mission. I've set it up so that I can just play it over and over and over again until I feel comfortable with actually playing the mission. Looks pretty good. So let's get in there and see if we can get see if we can get sorry, I'm just checking a few of these things out here. Let me check one thing. Somebody tell a joke. Somebody tell a joke. Hey, Shroom, how's it going, man? Somebody tell a joke. Here we go. It worked. Did it work though? It sounded twice. And then I got a box that came up. I don't know if you guys can see that. No, you can't see it. I don't know why that happened. It's always something. I tell you. It's always something because it's like I haven't streamed in what, 2-3 weeks. I haven't had 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I haven't had OBS open. I haven't had um, any of this stuff open that I use to monitor my stream. I haven't had any of that open. And I go in to hit to play the sound, and it's coming up with it plays double now. Oh, maybe that's why. Dashboard Twitch TV. So I have my dashboard up. I don't know. It's probably playing twice because I have it set to the F12 key, and F12 is okay, here we are. Now see, this isn't I hope I didn't save this as the wrong save. Because what I did before was, let me go back out here and see if I can get this up right. Oh, training setup. Okay, that's what I want. I think this is a good spot for the camera. Not really sure. Yeah, so basically what I did is down here, you can actually set up the missions for like Normandy and all the other missions. This, I actually also replaced the table. This is a mod, a tabletop simulator mod that was written by a couple of guys. What's the guy's name? You can see him on YouTube. Let me see if I can find him over here. It's a really good mod. Two brothers, and one of them wrote it. Morning Dew wrote it, but his brother has a channel on YouTube. His brother has a channel on YouTube, and let me go to YouTube real quick and see if I can find it. Let's see my subscriptions, my history, my playlists. Let's see, let me go Fields of Fire. I should put in my chat, I should put something for the there's some very good there's some very good videos on YouTube, but like I was saying for the let me see, let me try to find Fields of Fire. What was his name? Something something something. It was Morning Dew, right? Maybe his will come up under his brother's thing. Nope. Nope. Try to remember what his name is. Well, I'll try to remember what his name is, and but anyways, you can get this, and then I'll try to put in. I'll do a screen element tag command for the mod, for the module, how to find the module and stuff like that. Good, good. I'm sorry, I'm just getting lost in thought here. Anyway, so what I did is this is basically a setup for Normandy campaign mission 1. I've got all the pyrotechnics set out here. I'm going to try using phones instead of radios because radios are just, you get into cover with a radio and you got to get out of cover, which causes you to become exposed. In order, if you're a platoon leader, you got to get out of cover, you become exposed to get commands and then go back into cover. And that's 2 orders right there to get exposed, just so you can. And you can't get out of cover unless you can get commands. So in one of my games, I had my CO. I had my CO had to move onto the card. They had to activate the first platoon, which was over here. The company sergeant was over here, and they couldn't activate the second platoon. So they got on the card. When they were on the card, they activated those 2, and then the third platoon was in a building. So he had 4 orders. So it was 1 to move onto the card, 2 to activate the platoon leader over here, 3 to activate the first sergeant over here, and then 4 to get under the cover of the building and activate the third platoon leader. And then he got pinned in the combat phase because it was under a VOF marker. So yeah, it's like, so what I've done is this. So I'm going to try using the phones. This is just training. This is not like, I'm not playing the mission to go, okay, I'm going to play the mission. If I fail it, I'm going to try it again. If I fail it, I'll just go back to trying it again. This is just me not having picked up the book for a few weeks and the manual, the rules, not having picked up the rules and then starting to get starting to get an itch for it again. So I'm going to try this again, just as a training exercise. Let's shuffle these things. And so what did you get the starter kit for ASL? Or did you get like rules and like a module or something like that? Shroom? I've got I still got mine back here. I've been thinking about going back into Vassal, VASL. I do have Solitaire ASL, which is actually unopened. But some of the reviews that I've read say that it's, so basically you can't take any scenario in ASL and play it in Solitaire. Solitaire ASL has Solitaire specific scenarios, which I'm sure will help me learn the game. But I think Solitaire was issued by Avalon Hill, so it's not MMP. Yeah. Did you buy them on MMP? So did you get like basic infantry and let's see. I I I hesitate to open up this binder. This is like a 3-inch binder. I hesitate to open it up because opening it up, getting it closed again can be kind of like a chore. This is a 3-inch binder and it's chock full. Let's go back and do this again. It is chock full. I mean, it is full of rules from, oh gosh, which modules do I have? I think they're out on my bookcase. But then you can see this is the advanced sequence of play. And you know what the sequence of play in, this is a full 8.5 by 11 sheet. And on the other side. So yeah, you can, this is not a light. This is like on a scale of 1 to 10 difficulty, this is a 10. Uh, it's an 11 or a 15. It's just, but it is fun. And like I said, I had a group of friends. It's really interesting. Short story. We'll get to the game at some point, I hope. Short story with ASL. Um, I had um, I had bought Squad Leader. I don't have my original copy. I don't think it's my original copy. I bought my original copy back in, it had to have been 1982. My daughter was born. I have two daughters, an older and a younger. I have a 6-year-old, but then I have my older daughter is, she'd be 45 this year. She's 44. So back in 1982, 1983, I bought Squad Leader. Um, yeah, there's tons of counters. And Shroom, just um, Google ASL, um, Beyond Valor, and scenarios, because there's a lot of homegrown scenarios that are out there. I mean, lots. Now, probably what you're going to want is probably scenarios that are designed with the counters that come with Beyond Valor, because there's other counters, other terrain boards, stuff like that. Um, but yeah, and you can also, I mean, you can play on Vassal, VASL. But anyways, so I bought. I'll be right back. Oh boy. Oops, sorry. Bump the mic. Mic bump. Yeah, so this is solitary ASL. I haven't even opened it yet. I thought I had another one too called, there's an ASL starter kit, because I thought I remember playing with some of this, and I don't know if maybe it was from a magazine. I was just reading the magazine about solitary ASL. But yeah, you can see it says here solitary ASL is not a standalone game. You need ownership of ASL Beyond Valor Yanks is required. Contains no map orbs. Ownership of all non-desert map orbs of the ASL system is recommended to make full use of the system. I've got all that stuff. I've got all of it. But yeah, I've never opened this. But I've read reviews on it, and they say that it is. Well, you can see on the back here, even though it's it uses the maps and some stuff, counters and stuff from Beyond Valor and Yanks, which is I think the second module. It has proprietary. It doesn't do things necessarily exactly the way the game does. So basically, my understanding is all the scenarios in here are written specifically for solitaire ASL. Now, again, there might be other people out there that have written other solitaire ASL games. Excuse me. There might be people that have written other solitaire ASL scenarios. But they have to be written specifically for this. What do you want to call it? This engine, basically? You know, you want it. They have to be written for this engine. This is like a specific game engine that's different from ASL game engine. Uses the same components, but it's a different engine. And my understanding is in this one, it has its own counters also. You can see here, it makes heavy use of concealment counters. So you might start a scenario of this, and there might be in your area where you're setting up, you might have a line of sight to certain areas, and there's concealment counters there. You don't know what's there. It's hidden. And then there's a system of revealing it and stuff like that. So it's kind of like in in fact, when I first started playing Fields of Fire, I'm like, this is kind of like ASL, because you don't know what's on the card. You don't know what's in that farmhouse until you go there and investigate it. You don't just see everything on the board and go. A lot of war games, like ASL, there's some scenarios you see everything that's on the board. You know everything that's there. Now that could be attributed to like a high level of intelligence that you have on that area, but I think typically in warfare, you don't know what's there. I mean, what's the saying that every plan is perfect up until you make contact with the enemy? Then everything, falls apart. Yeah, as I was saying is, I bought Squad Leader back in like 1982, 83. The reason I remember is because my daughter was born. My older daughter was born. And see, here's the original Squad Leader. This is the terrain, infantry and vehicle terrain chart. So this really was this revolutionized board wargaming. And basically wargaming, this is like a precursor to computerized war games, because just in this one, this is like, or the original Squad Leader, there's 22 pages of rules. And we're not talking like, big print. We're talking little teeny tiny print. And so, and then this kind of implemented for one of the first times. Um, oh, what do they call it? Um, they call it like what's the word I want to use? The word I want to use is not it uses, and I'm sure it's on the back here. Programmed instruction. Bingo. I found the two words I was looking for on the back here. It uses programmed instruction. So basically, and I think ASL does this too. So you go through, you open up the manual, you read about the unit counters, it explains the counters, the map board, sequence of play, movement, basic line of sight, LOS, fire combat principles, fire combat resolution, morale, broken units, rallying of broken units, leadership, defensive fire principles, machine guns, fate. Like you roll a 12 and your machine gun breaks down. You roll another 12 and it's destroyed. Um, procedures of movement and fire, close combat. And then it basically says stop. This is you stop reading after page 7. Stop. You have read all that is necessary to play the initial scenario, the guard's counterattack. Play it several times to familiarize yourself with the subtleties of basic squad leader infantry combat before advancing to the more involved scenarios which follow. And the first, I won't read them all again, but the first, after you've played guards counterattack a few times, the first next paragraphs here are about flamethrowers and smoke and concealment. So, and then this is the guards counterattack. This is the very first ever squad leader scenario. And that's going to be available online. And you could probably play that with advanced squad leader rules. So I like it because they always have on a scenario, they always have a historical context. You know, this was happening at this time. This is the guards counterattack in Stalingrad, October 6, 1942. And they give you like, you know, a good paragraph or two of historical information about what was going on at that time in Stalingrad. You know, and then I learned more about Stalingrad, and it's like 600,000 soldiers were surrounded in Stalingrad and captured by the Russians. 600,000. That's 100,000 more than 500,000. It's crazy. Um, and yeah, so the ASL, I think the ASL also has programmed learning. I'm not sure. I should look and see what I haven't looked at ASL MMP's version of. It's not a version. I think it's in some ways it's probably a refinement. Um, you know who started up MMP? One of the founders of MMP was Kurt Schilling, the Hall of Fame. I think he's in the Hall of Fame pitcher of the Boston Red Sox. He of the famous bloody sock in one of the World Series. It might have been the World Series against the Rockies back in 2007. Um, He apparently he was like a you can see here, he was a ASL addict, and he would bring his ASL stuff on the road so he could play it on the road. You can see, I don't know if you can see it there. I have these sheets, the rule sheets in plastic sleeves. Um, kind of in plastic sleeves. They've held up pretty well over the years. But you can see before that, I had them in a 3-ring binder. And then before that, after that, I had them in a 3-ring binder. I had to put those little paper sticky rings on there to reinforce the ring where it was a hole was put through it. I had to reinforce it on both sides, and then I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna get sleeves for these things and put them in plastic sleeves. Hopefully I can get this back in here. Too much difficulty, and you can tell this thing has not been. This page of the rule book has not been out of here in a long time. Long time. But it went back in. Yeah, so anyways, Kurt Schilling was a ASL junkie. Played it on the road, played solitaire, I guess. And then I guess they got the rights. I don't know all the details, but they had to get the rights from, I don't know if they bought the rights from they got the rights from Avalon Hill to start producing it again. And then of course, Wizards of the Coast bought Avalon Hill. No. Hasbro, I think, bought Avalon Hill. But I mean, they're still MMP is still producing this stuff and selling it, so they must still have rights to do that. Let's see, what page are we on? I'm looking where it says stop. Concealment. I don't know. It's in here somewhere. Anyways, yeah, Don Greenwood, one of the designers, I think the lead designer on Advanced Squad Leader. They just took Squad Leader and go, you know what? We're just going to expand on every single rule and every single thing to try to make it the most realistic tactical World War II combat that you can get in a board game. He certainly did that. But anyways, I bought Squad Leader in, like I said, 1982. 82, 83. My daughter was born. My older daughter. And it was at a game store, a toy store. I think it was a Toys R Us, actually. And I saw it there and I'm like, oh, it's like $40 or something. I was like, even at the time, I think maybe it was 30. But back then it was, how long ago? 40 something years ago. $30 was a lot. But I bought it. I got the rule book out. I started reading it. Then I think I started buying. First thing I bought was at a game store. I think I still have it too. I'm not gonna look for it. The original ASL rules binder with, I don't know which rules it had in there, but then somebody was like selling their collection used. Somebody was selling their collection used. I've still got the boxes, and I probably still have tags on the boxes for how much I paid for them. But so I started just buying them up. I bought two or three of them, and then I bought more, and then I started getting the hobby, and I'd buy them new after I bought like five or six of them used, I think. Um, and I was in uh, my wife and I at the time lived over. Uh, we lived near a Kinko's, and I think it was like Christmas Day or maybe the day after Christmas. And I was in a Kinko's, um, photocopying some stuff, and I don't remember what it was. I don't think it was any ASL stuff, but I was in there photocopying some stuff, and there was a guy, photocopiers like back to back, and I was at one. So they were back to back, and I was at one, he was at the other one, so we were facing each other. And I saw him printing off some stuff. It looked like little squares and stuff. And I'm like, those look like counter sheets. I'm like, hey, how's it going? He's like, oh, pretty good. What's up? I said, are you printing counter sheets? He said, yeah. Yeah. He said, I just got this new module for Advanced Squad Leader. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, I got this new module, just came out, and I got it for Christmas yesterday. And I said, wow. I said, I just started buying some of the ASL stuff used at, I told him where the game store was. He goes, oh, cool. He says, you play? I said, well, not good. And he goes, you know what? Friends of mine and I, we have a group that plays. And he said, you're welcome to join us. And I'm like, cool. So, so yeah, just out of the blue, looking across a copier at somebody. Oh, you meet a friend, a hobbyist, and there you go. I got to remember that in order to yeah, I think if I was going to get back into I'd have to move this over here. Move this over here. If I got back into it, I'd have to just kind of start reading through the rules again, and yeah, we'd have to see. Oh, let's go back over here. Let's go top right. Top right. We're into the game. But yeah, I mean, met this guy, and he invited me to. He gave me his phone number, said, "Give me a call. I'll let you know what's going on with the group and stuff." And then I actually went over to his house. He was married, had a son, I think, and went to his house and just hung out and chatted about wargaming and ASL and life. And I mean, I was married to my first wife at the time, and had my little girl who's now my big girl, and I have another little girl. So but anyways, let's get into this. That's kind of just reminiscing. So what I've done is I've taken the first scenario, I've moved some things around because the command display was down here. These were kind of off to the side here. So I unlocked those and I grabbed those and brought them over here. So now I have the sequence of play. I got the first mission. This is the Traverse mission. I've got the command display. So I can actually, this is all set up pretty much the way that I want it set up for this first mission. So I can just replay this first mission over and over and over. And I know I'm making mistakes when I play because afterwards I'm like, I think I made a mistake there. I start reading the rules again. But so what I'm doing is this is 3 rows. This is 3 rows, 4 columns across. in 3 rows, and they're all revealed. And so I'm just going to grab this card here, and you can see here it's just saying, yep, just put it right there. But then I have to flip it because I need to find out if there's any hills there. They're all flipped anyways. All of the terrain is revealed anyway, so we're just making sure. Oh, cemetery. I have another game of this that I started with the same setup, and I pulled a hill here, and I pulled a hill right here. This one, because you pull a hill and then you have to pull another card to see what goes on top of the hill, or maybe it's another hill. You have a 2-level hill, but I pulled a hill and then I pulled a marsh. So there's marsh on top of a hill, and then I think this hill right here, behind it, had like bocage or something. So it was just kind of a weird looking map. Yeah, it was really cool. So this one, we're going to reveal this one. It's Orchard Grove. This one. That's a village. Good. I like getting villages on the first. Let's see. Sometimes it doesn't show me that little box there. And a hill again. So now if you're doing this, I found out how to do this. You move the hill a little bit here to the left and up. You can kind of eyeball it with this card right here. And then you have to lock it. You have to toggle it and lock it. And then you can draw another card and put it on top of that one. Actually over here. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me. It's just what I was talking about. 2 hills. All right, well, let's see. I gotta unlock this one now. Crazy. This game is crazy sometimes, I tell you. I wish I could. Here, we're gonna lock this one. I wish there was like a token or something, a counter where you could put. Yep, there's 2 hills here. I hope I don't draw another one. Lock that one. Now draw another one. I'm gonna hedgerow. I'm gonna unlock this because I want to move it again. I think what I'm gonna do is move it sideways more than up. Like up here. See, that's what it wants to do. It wants to do that locking thing. If you don't lock it, it'll do that little locking thing. I might just put this over here, knowing what it's there for. So I can see the hill indicator right there. And then put this one here. Okay. I'll try to remember that's a double hill. It's interesting. There's no movement stuff in this, so you're I'm gonna lock these also so they don't move around. If I need to, like, these are locked down here, so that way you can just grab everything and move it if you want to without moving the card. If it's not locked, you move the card also. So the first place I'm going is into that village. So we're going to lock this one down. Yeah, Mountain Village. It's one in this last training scenario that I was working on. I pulled all the cards out. There was no woods. There was no woods on the map at all. Now, see, this isn't showing. Not showing any. Let's see. Another hill. You gotta be kidding me. Now it wants to lock on there. Hill and bocage. I'm going to move this one over. Can I move this one? Toggle, okay. Hey, brother. I'm just going to put this one here. Toggle it. Lock it. This one here. Toggle it. Lock it. Another one. You got to be kidding me. You see this, Shroom? Do you see this? I guess the game wants me to learn about how to fight in the hills, right? How to fight in hilly terrain. Like, come on, game. Oh, what do you know? I mean, it's... Watch it be another hill. All of the hedgerow is in hills, on hills. That's interesting. Crazy. A woods. Finally got a woods. I gotta lock this one. Marsh. Okay, the final row. And then I've got these up here. The first row has, these are all C's. The second row is all A's. I like keeping them in the lower right-hand corner because that way, when I'm resolving, like say I have multiple ones to resolve, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I pull a 4. That way I can go like this. I can go, okay, this one's being resolved. I put it at the top. This is the one I'm working on because it may take me a half an hour to figure out what the package is. If I do get contact. Okay, we got a farm. Nice. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. No more hills, please. 2 farms. It's a double farm. It's a triple farm. I'm going to scrap this. This is ridiculous. I mean, I did shuffle these. I'll just leave it. It's just a training thing, so. Yeah. Oh man. Triple or a double hill here. A hill here, a hill here. This must be a valley. There's a valley right here leading into the village. Well, I know I'm going to have to take these because um, I think I'm going to make these my objectives because these are the lowest modifiers. Although this one could wind up being a second level. It could be like a strong point for the Germans. We want to attack from the hill. The hedgerows on the hill. We do a casualty collection point down here. So I think I'm going to this village. I can maybe come up this way and come up this way. So in this scenario, you have to clear these 2 rows and then you have to clear your objectives. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Yeah, tactical controls. Counterattack. This is Cersei. Me attempt this mission. Secure the primary, secondary objectives and clear rows 1 and 2. Okay. So let's do a save on this one. I do fields of fire. Norm mission 1. Twitch training. Twitch training 1. Okay. Yep. Yeah, this row. Well, I don't have to do these. I didn't. Did I lock this down? Did not. Did I lock this down? Did. Lock this down? Did not. Lock this down? Did not. Okay. I did lock this down. Okay. All right. So I think we're ready to go. Got all my stuff set up here. I mean, this other training mission that I did, I was drawing terrible on the commands. Awful. So I think I want... So I think 3rd platoon is going to be my point. I think I want 1st platoon in the middle. I think 1st platoon will be in reserve. And so I'll have 2nd platoon come up through here, maybe here and then in. And then maybe here and then in. I think I'm going to put this over here though. This is more centralized for if I have to use the... Oh, I did figure this out too. This is the mission paperwork here. So these there's all kinds of fields here that you can input information in. I got the 50 cal in, got 50 cal in here. The artillery observers in here. And I know one of my first moves is going to generate a question. But yeah, so you can set your pyrotechnics. You can say, okay, well, my red smoke, when it's released, is going to be to ceasefire. It shows my fire support here. I've got one mission of, I got 4 missions of HE and 1 mission of white phosphorus. I think I put that up here too. I think I can just change this back to state is nothing. I think the heavy machine gun, did I mark that? I think I got to get a, it's only got, oh, so anyways, this Deluxe Field of Fire, it's on the Steam Tabletop Simulator. It's in the workshop. It is written by Morning Dew. But what I did is they did something really smart. They put this where you can change the size of the table. So that's what I did. So this is a special table in Tabletop Simulator. You can basically change the size of it. I did that to make it wider so I could move. It was really narrow. It went over to here. It came out. It went up to like here, to right here. But I widened it so that I could have all this stuff in here. Just give myself more space. But anyways, yeah. So you can set up the pyrotechnics. You can give the pyrotechnics to whoever you want to have them. Like my EXO has the ceasefire pyrotechnics. Anyways, so I think we're done. So I think I'm done setting up. Here goes nothing, right? All right. Oh, that's a question that I'm gonna have. That's what I got to do. Oh, wait. My camera spots. Um, yeah, so I think I'm gonna have my 3rd platoon is gonna come up straight through here. My 2nd platoon is gonna come up through here, maybe into the woods here, and then over. And then my 1st platoon is gonna come up through here. You know what? I'm just gonna I'm gonna flip these around again. And I'll have my 1st platoon come up through here. Doesn't really matter because hedgerows here, farms here, and pretty much everything is the same. +1, +1, +2, +2, +2, +2. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's going to generate questions about. So let me see if I can do this. Go out to fields of fire. Oh, come on. I pulled that out. It's over here. What's it doing over here? Okay, let's do this. I should have done this earlier. I should have done this earlier. It's going to open this stuff up and open up the PDFs. My question is, can you break off? I might just do that instead. Probably be a mistake, but let's see. Okay. So my question is, can I like break off a assault team, send them into one of these cards, and if they come from my second squad of each platoon, my second squad each has the smoke. If I break off an assault team, can they pop the smoke when they go in here? You know, they can't. You know why they can't? Because they need an order to do that. So I'm just going to do this. Show stack contents. It's kind of cool because you can just pull out. You can pull that squad out of there and then just repack it. It repacks it into a stack. So I don't know if I want to go balls heavy and just go right into each one of these here. And just, I mean, why not, right? Why not? Yeah, so the HQ has to stay in the center because we're using the wire. Now that each of the platoons has radios, so what they can do is they can lay a wire down here, move into here, and if the XO is still here and the platoon leader's still up here, they've got a wire connection to them. Radios also operate as a wire. So there'd be a wire here. The company HQ would be able to communicate to a platoon leader up here. And then you lay another wire down. You move the platoon leader or the CO up here. And then maybe you start laying wire down. Clear this card, move these guys up, and then start laying wire down here. And we'll see how it goes. All right, so the first step is going to be the friendly, and we don't do any of that. So we're going to come down here to the company HQ impulse. And I've got this up here. Let's draw a card to see how many orders we get. So let's read this. Because when I was playing earlier today too, I'm thinking to myself, there's a reason why it takes me like 2 hours to play a move. And I know I'm actually just starting, but I can anticipate that I'll be here for about another 2 hours just playing this first move because I have to kind of talk myself through every single thing. And one of the things I was going to point out that I noticed in some streams that I'm watching of stuff of people playing this is that they miss something, which is the modifier. The command limitations modifiers, command draw modifiers for HQs that are pinned. They get the green one and they get the one when there's no contact. Undercover. But if they're under a VOF, look at this. If they're under an automatic weapons VOF, that's -2 commands. So if you're pinned, you're undercover. So if you're pinned and under a VOF, that's -3, +1 because you're undercover, but you're green also. You're pinned, -1, -2, -4, +1 for undercover. That's -3 commands. You draw 3 or less, and you don't have any commands. So I don't think I've seen people playing that necessarily correctly in the streams and stuff that I've been watching. But anyways, we are at no contact. We're going to draw a card and see what this guy gets. He is green. So he gets 4 commands because +1 for no contact, that's 5. But he is also green, so that's -1 for being green. So he gets 4 commands. We're going to flip him over here, put him down here in the 4 column, and then he's going to activate, I think, each platoon leader. I had some success with this earlier. Sending a squad out with the... I actually captured the objective number 1 in one of my previous plays of this. I captured it with just a first sergeant and a squad. The way I captured it is that I think on every single card there was no contact. I mean, this is kind of a gamey thing. This is a little bit of a gamey thing. You want to get your contact up to engaged or heavily engaged. In fact, you might want to even try to move an assault team. If there's an enemy like in this marsh, you might want to try to move an assault team into that marsh on the same card with the enemy to try to get this heavily engaged. Because heavily engaged, you draw the least number of cards. You definitely want to get up to engaged. But yeah, you draw the least number of cards at heavily engaged. So that's a little bit of a gamey thing, I think you could call it. But yeah. So he is going to activate 3rd platoon, because that's my point. 3rd platoon. 2nd platoon. And 1st sergeant. So we're down to here. So that was 3rd platoon, 2nd platoon, 1st sergeant. And we're going to come down here and flip you over. Your activation is complete. Now, another thing I did verify is, and again, it's your game. You can kind of do house rules if you want. It's your game, and it's a solitaire game, so you don't have anybody sitting across the table at you going, hey, you did that wrong, you know? But the rules is that you activate these guys. Once they draw for commands, you have to complete all of their commands. You have to either use all of them, save some of them, or lose some of them before you go to the next command team. You can't mix and match. You can't go, okay, 3rd platoon's got 5 commands, 2nd platoon's got 3 commands. I'm going to move a squad from 2nd platoon up to see what happens, and then I'll move one from 3rd platoon up. And no. You draw commands, you use them all. Once their activation is done, then you can go to the next one. It says you don't have to do them in any special order, but you have to complete the activation of one before you go to the next one. So I know that's something I did wrong in the early stages of the game. Okay, so did I activate 2nd platoon? Yeah, I did. Let's do 2nd platoon because I want to get in that village. Let's draw a card for second platoon. He gets 4. And again, same thing. He's green, -1. He is, there's no contact, +1, so he gets 4. So he's going to order this squad to go up here. Go in that village, check it out. What's going on? And he's exposed. And then that's one command. He's going to save the rest. And I'll tell you why. Because, like I said, earlier today I was playing this and I was just drawing 2s and 1s and 0s. And I was applying these things to it. And I'm like, I draw 4. It's like, and I get one command. I get one command because they're under a VOF and they're pinned. You know, it's like, man. Okay. So that is second platoon's activation. First sergeant, we're going to roll for him. Now he's veteran. So he gets 5 because it's +1 for him. -1 for, +1 for no contact, +1. He gets 6. +1 for veteran. The first sergeant is a veteran, so he actually gets 6. I don't want to shortchange myself. And he's going to use 2 because he's going to command himself and the squad to move up into the cemetery. And then he's going to, actually, you know what? He is going to give another command. These guys are exposed. So that's what I mean. I gotta go so slow. Enjoy it like a fine wine. Except I hate wine. I hate wine. Not hate. I just prefer beer. See, what we're going to do now is we spent 2 commands. We're going to spend another command. He is going to command the squad to look for cover. Now, I think in this one, if we do find cover in Normandy, oop, yeah, in a cemetery, we have a chance of finding a strong building. All right, son. Find some cover in that cemetery. But sorry, look at all these bodies. Do it. All right, so we're going to draw 3. I'm pretty sure this is not modified by it's not modified by See, it says cover number ±. Pinned units. Okay, so this one, I think this ± means that it's modified. I think it might actually be modified by the person that's doing, not the person who's giving the order, but by the person that is actually performing it. And this is line, so this is, now if these guys were green, then they would get -1 card pull. If they're veteran, they would get +1 card pull on. So if they were green, they'd be pulling 4 cards. If they were green, they'd be pulling 2 cards. If they're veteran, they'd be pulling 4 cards. I think that's what that means. So we're going to draw 3. We're looking for the word cover up here, which is actually on this card that I pulled to get the commands. 1, 2, 3. Nope. I could order him again. We could order him again to try to, we can exhort him. I want you to get out there and find some cover for us. Now on exhort, I think he only, on exhort, does he, exhort. You can declare this action once for any failed attempt. Draw one more action card. Only one. Not 3, just 1. All right. See this down here too. I don't think people get this. They can't be exhorted. They can't exhort themselves. It requires the originator to be an HQ or staff, even if carried out in the general initiative. So let's try one more. Already moved it. We moved 2 to move up there. Seek cover. Do one more. We get one more card draw. Nope. Son, I am so disappointed in you. I'm sorry, Sarge. I just couldn't find it. That's all right. We're going to be a minus. We're starting off at a -1. And let's just go for it. All right, third platoon. We are going to move the third platoon up into, we're going to draw a card. Now watch, this card will have cover on it. Boom. Told you. Third platoon gets 5 because 5 + 1 - 1 is 5. I told you I would get that. I told you so. Got a little snack here that I have not been availing myself of. All right, so what do you want to do with this guy? Want to move him up there? Just move him up. He's exposed. He's exposed, and that's one order, and I think we're just going to flip it and keep it. Because he can't search for cover because he doesn't have anybody there to order him to do it. They might be able to search for cover in the general initiative. Okay, so we already went through here without moving the phase thing, which I'm kind of disappointed in myself for not doing that. Now we're in the initiative segment. The company headquarters has already been activated. If it's not activated, you draw an action card and give it the modified number of initiative commands. These are the these are activated commands if they're activated by a higher level, like company HQ is activated by the battalion commander. So they use this one. The platoon leaders that I activated and the first sergeant used this one. This is the initiative. So this is where there's nobody basically activating them. They're just doing things on their own initiative. And so they will use the smaller number here when we draw for them. So I guess I'll draw for first platoon. First platoon gets 2. But he's green. So he gets 1. He's green. He gets none. He gets no commands. So he stays right there. Oh, wait, he gets 1. I'm sorry. He gets 1 because he is, we're under no contact. So he had 1, -1 because he's green, +1 because no contact, so he gets 1. So we're just going to save that. Put it down here. Now we're going to activate the XO to draw a card. No, they don't draw a card. Let's go back to the sequence of play. And they say in the rules, I don't know, they say it a lot, follow exactly the sequence of play. And you can see here where it kind of explains all this. You select a platoon HQ that was not activated, draw an action card, give it the modified number of initiative commands. The modified number. Save those commands or expend them and any saved commands on orders to itself or other units up to the maximum per turn according to visibility and experience level. And if you can't use enough, then you lose whatever you can't use. Then repeat for the next platoon headquarters. So you don't activate or draw for commands for like every platoon headquarters and then mix and match them and have them move their moves interwoven with each other. You activate 1, they move. I guess that kind of in real life, you would tell one team, move up. And, your company HQ is going to want to find out what the result of their move is necessarily before they move, everybody else up. They're going to want to know what's in that building, what's in that village before you move. Anyways, I hope you understand what I mean. Okay, we're going to do we're going to select the XO and give it 1 command. Unmodified, it just gets 1 command. And he's going to save his command right down there. Now we do the general initiative impulse. And then this has a general initiative impulse marker right here. So let's see if it's got a second side to it. So let's draw for general impulse, and that's going to be this number right here again. 2. We have 2 orders. It's unmodified. Unmodified initiative commands. So we have 2 of them. So we might as well use this. Hopefully there's no like rules things that's going to take me offline for half an hour doing a deep dive into the 96-page rule booklet. I found a typo. I sent a message to I sent an email to GMT that told them there was a typo today. It shouldn't be too hard. I mean, all they got to do is go in and modify the VOF. It's not, or the PDF, not the primary direction of fire, but the PDF, this thing, the rules. Let me see. Let me go back up here. See if we can get the desktop up. Yeah. Yeah, this PDF, not the primary direction of fire. So anyways, today I was going in, I'm looking for, I had a question about the shift / ceasefire. And because there's 2 spots that it shows up, enemies firing at cards without valid targets, shift or cease fire. It shows up here, and it shows up here. And that's it. I'm like, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm down here. Forgot. Anyways, that's it. I'm like, where's the rule that tells me about shift cease fire? So I think I put in here like shift fire. I'm looking through the rules here, and I'm like, where is shift fire? I'm like, enemy cease shift fire. Okay. I'm like, well, wait a second. It's 864. I'm like, here in the sequence of play, it says shift ceasefire. In 864, it says cease shift fire. Not shift ceasefire, but cease shift fire. So I did the search. I don't know how I found it, but I did the search. Cease shift fire. I'm like, there it is. That's why I couldn't find it, is because in the sequence of play, it says shift cease fire. But in the rules, it says cease shift fire. It's reversed. So I just sent him an email. I said, you know what? You might help yourself. You might help yourself out by changing that and not causing people to like go, experience levels of frustration and trying to find information on this rule, because the rule is not notated here where it is. They could just put 8.6.4, but they didn't. And somebody's going to look in the rules for this. They're not going to find it. They're going to find it on the turn sequence summary, and that's it. So you guys could help yourself out. Change this to cease shift fire, and that way, you'll save some people some frustration and some hair pulling. So this doesn't happen until turn 2. We're not here. We're not here. We're not here. We're down here. Potential contact evaluation segment for each card with a PC marker. These are PC markers, potential contact markers. For each card with a PC marker and a friendly unit, draw the number of action cards indicated on the potential contact draw chart based on the PC marker and the current activity level. If a card states contact with the enemy has been made. Determine the enemy package to use and placement per 8.3. Place any applicable VOF and PDF markers and update the current activity marker before moving on to the next PC marker. So in one of my games right over here, I had mines. -3, I think it was. -3 VOF. And you can't clear them unless you have engineers. And I think you only get engineers in certain scenarios. You may be assigned engineer squad in some missions. The following rules apply. And so in that scenario that I'm still working on, you have to clear, and then you have to clear the objective and the 2 objectives. I'm like, how am I supposed to secure this card? Every time you move in the card, so you go into the card, it was mines here and heavy machine gun here. And my squad got blown up. I had a casualty, I had paralyzed, and I had a fire team. The fire team, on turn 4, was still surviving. But every time you move on the card, I couldn't get him to to seek cover, because you seek cover, that's movement, the mines go off. So he's just hanging out here. The paralyzed guy is down here hanging out. There's a casualty down here I can't do anything with. And if you move within the card, or if another unit moved in the card, they would trigger it. If you move out of the card, you don't trigger it. So eventually I got them off the card, them and the paralyzed team off the card. But I'm like, how am I supposed to secure that card if I don't have engineers? So I don't know. Anyways, let's play the game. We're going to draw for potential contacts. We're going to start, we're going to have to do this randomly. So we're going to pick a card, and we have right down here, we have a random number generator between 2 and 12. So this would be snake eyes. This would be boxcars. And you roll on this line right here. You pull a card and you check on this line for the number that you're looking for. And then this will tell you the number that you roll, or the result that you get. So if you roll, in this case, if you roll a 7, the result is 5. And then that 5 will be tied to something like this. We have 3 squads here that are searching out they're trying to move forward, searching out this area. This is squad number 1, number 2, and number 3. So we're going to draw a card, and we're going to look under the number 3 and see what the result is. The result is 1. So the first card that we're going to resolve for potential contact is this one here, the cemetery. To do that, we come down here to the potential contact draw chart, and we're under the PC marker. We're looking at type of PC marker is C. We are under no contact. So we are going to draw 4 cards, and we're not looking for the word contact up here. If the word contact comes up here, then there will be, that means we've made contact with the enemy somewhere, and we will resolve that if that happens. I'll probably get it on the first one. Draw number 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. No contact. I'm very happy about that. So now we can remove this, return it to the bag, and we have no contact here in the cemetery. Maybe the Germans are, they're a little bit superstitious about going into a cemetery or getting close to a cemetery. We can only hope that that is true. So now we have 2 cards left to check. So we're going to draw another card, and we're going to look for what's under the number 2. Under the number 2 is 1. So of course this was 1, this was 2. So now we're going to resolve this one here. The way we're going to do that is we're going to draw, again, we're going to draw 4 cards because we're still under no contact. There's no volume of fire or primary direction of fire markers on the map, and there's no enemy unit spotted, so we are still under no contact. So we're going to draw 4 cards and see what happens. 1, 2, 3. Now in this case, I was on 2, and the reshuffle action deck comes up. So we continue drawing till we get to 4, and then we reshuffle. 3, 4. There's no contact. Now we reshuffle. All right. So there's no contact here. Let's go to return to bag. And so now this is the last one. We don't have to draw for that because, 1 is 1. We're still drawing 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got contact. We got 2 contacts. So now we have contact on here. We need to find out what we're going to do. What we're going to do is this. If a card states contact with the enemy has been made. Determine the enemy package to use and placement per rule 8.3. We don't need to look up that rule because we already know what we're doing on that. I was hoping to I can still do that. I'm going to look for a better cover. Did I get stuff did I do my initiative phase? Wait a second. I got 2 on general initiative. I didn't use them. Why didn't I use them? Okay, I'm going to use them now. I don't know why I didn't use them. Did I use them, Shroom? Oh, you're going. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Did I use them? I don't think I did. I don't know where I got spun around where I didn't use them, what I got talking about. But I did not use my general initiative commands because look, this thing's still up here. Okay, so I'm going to do that. So I'm going to try to find cover in this village. The way we do that is, this is a line unit. We draw 4 cards. We look for the word cover. 1, 2, 3, 4. We didn't find it, so it doesn't matter. Now one of these guys could look for cover also. So let's have this guy. You cannot save general initiative commands like you can leader commands. How might I be coming up on this? This is objective 1. How might I be coming up on this? There's 2 hills here. I think I might be coming up on this way. So do I need to look for cover there? You know what? Let's look for cover here. He's going to pull 3 cards looking for cover. 1, 2, 3. There's cover. Okay. So he does find cover. It's just a +1 cover. It's just general cover. There's one general cover area, like a small wall, or there's a row of headstones or whatever, just right in a row. They can get behind. So they have found that one cover. Now, the cemetery, I think I can roll. But I need to roll on it. Oh, let me come back over here. It's going to be over here. So they did find cover. So now what I have to do is I have to roll on this. And I have to draw an 8. It's not necessarily general cover. It could be a different type of cover. So now we're going to draw a random number under 8, and it is 4. So you come up here and we look under cemetery, 4 to 8, it's basic 1 cover. We would have had to draw a 1 under the 8 to get strong building. A 2 or a 3 would have gotten us a light building, but we got 4 through 8, which is basic cover. There is the 4 there. So it is basic cover, but still that gives us +1 on our combat resolution. So it's not a bad thing. But now let's resolve this potential contact. And we come over here. We go to packages. We're looking at packages. What packages, you say? I do say. So we are on PC, and we're going to draw a random number under the number 10. Draw a card under the number 10 is a 6. You come over here and you look under the number 6. It's 3 to 6 here. It's package number 2. You come up here. Package number 2 is incoming. There is artillery fire incoming. Let's see. It could be a mortar spotter. So I believe the way you resolve this is randomly. So you draw a 1. You draw a 2. This is 1. This is 2. It's one or the other, not both. Sorry, moving around here on the board. So we're going to draw a random number under 2. And that is a 2. So it's actually going to be mortar fire. It's going to be mortar, -3, spotter in a trench. Place a VOF, yes. Is the spotter spotted? No. But we're going to find out about where he is, roughly. We're going to need a trench. We're going to need a -3 VOF. It's not white phosphorus. It's this one right here. So we need these two cards. We need a mortar spotter. It's going to be up here. Mortar spotter. And we also need a unspotted counter. So this is going to be a mortar spotter in a trench, unspotted, with a pending fire mission. And that's going to be coming down somewhere over here. We're going to find out. So we have a mortar, -3 mortar, spotter in trench. We have to put the VOF down. Is the spotter spotted? No. Incoming VOF on triggering card. Spotter is at max line of sight. So, max line of sight from this card. So you can see here, this is pending fire mission. You flip it to the incoming side because this says incoming. We already selected that it was going to be mortar fire. And the incoming volume of fire is on the triggering card. And this is the village is the one that triggered it. So basically, there's a spotter out here somewhere, a spotter for mortar fire for the Germans, somewhere out here. And he saw this guy stumbling into the, it's probably not going to work out too well for him, stumbling into the village. And he's like, he called in mortar fire like right away. So, all right. So, we got to find out where's this guy. It just says he's at maximum line of sight. Well, maximum line of sight from this card is going to be one of these three cards right here. It's going to be front left, front right, front left, front left, front, or front right. Because these lines right here determine line of sight. You can see through all adjacent cards are in line of sight. You can see what's on all adjacent cards, unless they're marked, of course, as unspotted. But you can see if they're unspotted. The white broken line here indicates that you can see through that card. Like if you were here, you could see through this card, of course, to the next one. If there was right here, you can see, oh, this is on a hill anyways. This will be interesting. Here you can see this hedgerow card. But if this hill wasn't here, you'd also be able to see the woods. Because you can see through this white line here, broken line. You can see this through this white broken line here, down into the woods. You can't, this hedgerow cannot see this woods because it's blocked by this second level hill, first level, second level, first level. Yeah. So let's see where this guy goes. What we have to do is we have to draw on the counter unit placement. So again, we have to draw an 8 and see what number is under the number 8. Under the number 8 is a 7. Under the number 7 over here is right front. See there, 7 or 8 is a right front. Okay, so this is going to be the right front. The spotter is going to be here at maximum line of sight. It can't be over here because it wouldn't be able to see through this card unless this card was on a hill. So I guess we can draw a terrain card and see if it's a hill card. It is not. So can I pick this up and move it if I unlock it? I kind of want to move these things too. I want to have my command board over here, but I also want to have this is unlocked. Okay, let's put this. It's just errata. Move this up here. Did I unlock this? Now, is all this going to stick or can I move this? I can move it. Nice. Now I can lock it. So what I did here is because this is at max line of sight. If there was a hill here and then the hedgerow is on top of a hill, then it could see over the marsh and into the village. If it were any level hill, but it can't because this border right here that indicates that you're looking from this card to this card is green. So this, if the spotter was in this hedgerow, it would be able to see into the marsh, but not through the marsh to the village. So it has to be here. Unspotted, in trench. At max line of sight. Okay. So this guy's going to have a bad day. He's going to be at -2. It could miss, or it could be a pin instead of a hit. So that contact has been resolved. So now all of the contacts have been resolved. Now we skip the pin recovery segment. We don't have any pinned units on the board. We go to combat effects. For each infantry unit on a card with a VOF marker, this is the VOF marker right here, volume of fire. You resolve any flamethrower attacks. You determine the net combat modifier. Then you draw an action card to determine if the fire is effective. So what we have here is we have this poor squad who's stumbling along into this village, gets picked up by this mortar spotter, and the fire is coming in this direction because that's the direction that the mortar spotter is in. So somewhere over here, there is a mortar that's off-board mortar that's he's calling in fire for. It's coming in this direction. Thankfully, he's not in the grove, because if he was, this -3 would be a -4 because of the burst, air burst of a mortar. So, but he just moved in here. He's exposed. He looked for cover, couldn't find any additional cover, was hoping to find maybe a building, a strong building, which would have given him an additional +3 cover. Then he would have had +6 of cover, but he's right now in a village. He's under 3 cover. They're scrambling to try. The first mortar round has landed, and they're scrambling to find cover. So you have a +3 cover for here. We have -3 for the incoming and a -2 for the exposed. So this guy is going to be at a -2 for combat. What we do is we draw a card. We look in this column right here. This is the combat resolution column. We look under the -2 and see what we get. We get a miss. What? The potential results are hit, pin, and miss. And if you get a hit, if they had gotten a hit, we would have drawn the next card, and then you would have looked down here under hit effect, under line, because this is a line unit. And there would have been a casualty if we had drawn this card or a card like it. We would have had one step of this would be exposed. One step, you can see down here these 3 yellow dots. One step would be, there's 3 steps here. These are the results. One step would be converted to a casualty. That's what the C stands for. One step would be converted to a paralyzed unit. Paralyzed units are basically just full of fear. They're full of fear. Now, we didn't get hit, so we don't get a pinned marker. You only get a pinned marker if you receive a hit. We got missed. Just missed. I'm so surprised. Miss. So we have no contact, no contact, contact, but a big whiff from the mortar spotter here. You missed him. Big miss. That is not a usual card. And one of the reasons you can see it's not a usual card, because these commands on the cards here, they range from 2 to 6. Now, I don't know how many 6s there are in the deck of, there's like 55 cards, 51 cards. I don't know how many 6s are in there, but there's not a lot. But you can see on this one, this is a rare card. Most cards at a -2 would be a hit. We got missed, not even pinned, just missed. Okay, so we are out of the draw action, determine unit hit, draw another action card, determine its hit effect based on the unit's experience, remove target technic, smoke. So down here in this module for, I should put in here, I don't think I put in here, should probably go ahead and update that. Do I have that over in my, my stream elements, tabletop simulator? Yeah, TTS. So let me go into Twitch. We're going to go over here and go tabletop simulator, done. Now we'll see if this gets updated. Where is my Steam preview? Yeah, tabletop simulator. What's my stream health like? Got 261 drop frames. I don't know why. It just happens. My wife should be asleep because she has to work tomorrow. So it's my phone. The TV's not on, so the Xbox is off. The TV's off. So really, this is the main thing that I'm drawing on the internet on. Group, OBS, stream profile. Stream health. I'm streaming this at 1080, right? Yep. Okay. All right, so let's go back to the game. So there's a nice little cleanup thing here. So this handles a lot of the cleanup functions. And so we're done with that. So we're coming back up here. And we're going to draw a card. We're going to clean up. So what'll happen is, one of the things that'll happen is that this exposed marker will get, these exposed markers will get removed. Let's see, where is the, so this will stay on here. So I cannot spot out of this card because in the rules, what they say is that if there's an incoming marker on a card, and I call it a card because that's what the rules call it, but I could say there's an incoming marker. There's incoming mortar fire on this village. And there's like a dozen shells that have landed in the last 30 seconds. Is that realistic? Yeah, probably. Because these guys are just popping in mortar. Poof, poof, poof. You got 3 of them, 4 and every 7 seconds, and in 30 seconds you got 3 mortars blasting 4, and that's a dozen. It's kicking up all kinds of smoke and dirt, and probably dead cows and stuff like that are flying through the air. And so this squad is not going to be able to see out of this village to spot up here. So I'm going to have to move somebody into this hedgerow to try to spot this. Now, does it get, I think it does get a PDF. I think it does get a PDF. No, it doesn't. Because every turn, the spotter will have, there's special rules for spotters. And every turn, there's a chance that they might change their fire to another card. Yeah, so I can't use this squad to spot, cannot see out of this card. Units can see into it, so I can see into it from this squad, can see into here, see what's going on. These guys can see into it, but they can't see, this squad that's in here cannot see out of this card. Can't see through it. So this, if these were white, allowing line of sight through the card, and there was no incoming there, this squad could see this hedgerow over here. But since the incoming's there, even if there was the white clear line of sight borders here on the card, this squad could not see through this card because of the incoming marker into the hedgerow. And I'm telling everybody that might be watching this, I'm telling everybody this, but I'm also telling myself, I'm also reminding myself. Okay. Starting on turn 2, draw an action card. If the HQ icon is present, determine an event on the friendly higher HQ events table. Well, I can tell you what, a lot of these events are not friendly. So what we're looking for is a radio symbol down here. And we get one. Great. So we had some good stuff going on for us. Oh, you know what? I didn't hit cleanup. Okay, so we got the exposed markers come off of our guys. The turn marker gets moved along the turn marker thing 1. If there was any smoke markers down here, they would have gotten removed when we hit the cleanup. And then this is, so the whole game you'll see, there's going to be volume of fire markers put down. There's going to be primary direction of fire. Where's the fire coming from? Those are going to be put down. And at the end of the cleanup phase, you adjust the volume of fire, PDF, and activity levels. And right now, it reminds me, we are under contact. So I've got to change that state to contact. So now you can see here, the next cards that we draw are going to be less cards. You do want to get contact on the first row, Because if you don't and you move into a potential contact A and there's no contact, you get an automatic contact. So we have to go over here to the friendly higher HQ events, and you can see that these are not friendly. 15th Field Artillery Battalion is not available this turn. No unit may move forwards to a new row. Yeah, they're just not friendly. Okay, we're on turn 2. We got to pull a 10. And we get 8. 8 on 10. 7 to 8 on 10. Battalion is screaming for action. You must move at least one unit forward to a new row. One further forward than the current lead U.S. unit. With a PC marker this turn, ignore if already on row 3 or no PC markers can be reached. Earn 1 experience point for each of these events if completed that turn. There are no penalties for not being able to complete these events due to lack of commands. Okay, well, I keep that in mind because I might not get any commands. We don't do defensive mission, enemy activity phase, because this is not a defensive mission. This is an offensive mission. So offensive missions, combat patrols, enemy activity phase is handled over here in 3.4. So we skip this. Defensive mission, no. Enemy activity, check segment, friendly command phase. Battalions activated. We're activating the company HQ. Company HQ is green. We are under contact. We're not going to get +1. So it's just going to be a -1 to the company headquarters draw here. It's just going to be a -1. And he gets no commands. That is wonderful. Look at all this card here. Again, I don't know how many are ones. So I guess the range is 1 to 6, not 2 to 6, like I said. But this is, yeah. This is a rare card, basically, because it's got all hits on it. And the highest level of protection you can get or cover you can get in a card is 6. And even if you did, it doesn't matter what you... Anything 4 is the lowest. Anything besides a 6 would be a hit, and the hit would be a 6 would be a pin. So we have contact, so we don't get any additional command modifier for that. He's green, so he gets -1. He's not under cover. He's not under volume of fire. So he gets no commands. So we have no commands for our... so when that happens, he's got 1 command, so he can activate 1. Who do we want to activate? At least they all have some saved commands. Who do we want to activate? Well, to make sure that we can actually do this, because all the platoon HQs are green. And so in the initiative phase down here, I'm going to be drawing for platoon HQs on this number here. And I may not get any. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to activate the 2nd platoon. So I can at least send somebody up here. And then maybe get the... maybe get some commands for Staff Sergeant, who has 1 saved command, because he's probably going to be my guy that moves up here. He's going to be my guy that moves up here. So kind of what I want to do is I do want to have contact on that card, because if I can get contact, it will go to engage 2 or more occupied cards that are under VOF markers. And then I'll only have to draw, if I go into the A marker, the A PC marker this turn, I'll only have to draw 5 instead of 7. So we kind of want to get contact on this potential contact marker here. So I think we're going to activate second platoon just to kind of guarantee that I get well, you know what? He's got 3 commands. Yeah, I'd like to get a squad up here. I'd like to get maybe the platoon up here. Really? Because it's under VOF. I'm going to try to find, hopefully I get an initiative where I can try to find cover for this guy. Maybe he can find a strong building to get under for this VOF. So let's see. He's got 3 commands already. Third platoon. First platoon, I want to be able to do be able to do a platoon move. I might activate first platoon. So what would I do with second platoon? I would send a squad up here. And that's probably it. So I don't need to activate him. Third platoon, I have how many orders for third platoon? I'd probably do a platoon move. I've got 4 orders for him. I'd do a platoon move up here. And a platoon move up here. So first platoon, though, only has 1 command. So I'm going to activate first platoon. And we're going to draw for orders. He gets he's line. So he doesn't get the +1, but he doesn't get the -1 for being green. So he just gets through. No, sorry. He does get the -1 because he is green. Yeah, all the platoon leaders are green. First platoon, second platoon, third platoon. So he gets 2 orders, which is good. Because now I can do that platoon move. Or I do this. Now, this is not necessarily good, though. What squad do I want to move up there? I want to get the hill. It kind of doesn't matter because there's going to be line of sight from here to here anyways. If I activate this, there won't be line of sight from the farm. If I move this sergeant and squad up to here and activate this potential contact, there's contact up here somewhere. And normally the contact is in front of you. It's not like on the flank, which could see how they could design something like that where somehow it would wind up on your flank. But if I move them here, the farm cannot see. Now, if it's a line of sight, it could be a 2. I'm not sure if we'd be able to see, even a 2 level hill would be able to see over this 1 level hill. I would think that a la squad leader, a 2 level hill here would not be able to see over this 1 level hill here. It'd have to be 1 card away. So anyway, I think I'm gonna move. I got two, right? Yeah, so we're gonna do two. We're gonna do two, and we're gonna move the a platoon move. Move these guys up here. Mark them all as exposed. Then we'll save. I want to look for cover. I got one order left. Maybe get the LMG in a cover. Oh, no, because I don't think so, because I'm not going to get contact. If I get contact from this, it's going to be up here. And they can't see through, they can't see over this hill into the cemetery. They can't see over this hedgerow that's on a hill into this orchard. So I don't think I need to look for cover there. So I'm just going to save this one. So that was the CO's these guys, that was the CO activating the first platoon. First platoon's done its thing. Okay, platoon headquarters company staff. So we did that one. Now we're doing the initiative. So the initiative is where everybody gets activated, but they only get this number here, which is modified by this down here also. So I think we'll do second platoon first. We'll draw for orders for second platoon. Again, green. They get one order. They go from 3 to 4. So they're going to select a squad. Who's got the smoke? Second platoon. Second squad has smoke. They've got a rifle grenade. I think we'll send one up there. Okay, so he's going to order first squad, move here. Mark him exposed. And that's one order. Anything else? Probably if I get any general initiative, I'll have to order these guys to try to find cover. All right, so I think we're just going to save his stuff. I don't have anything else I need to do with him. Now we can do first sergeant. Draw for first sergeant. No, first sergeant gets one command. Right now we're in this, the platoon HQs. So now we're going to draw for third platoon. Got 4 already. And draw a card modified -1. He gets 1. All right, so third platoon wants to go where? I think the third platoon wants to go over here. No, I don't want to go in here. I think I want to go. Now, this could be dangerous because I could activate something for here, but then it would be on this. It would be, if I activate a unit, the unit that gets, the contact that gets activated always targets the card that activated it. So, and this is on a double hill. So this card can see here, it can see all the way up to this farm here. So really that's where I want to get this machine gun. That's where I want to get this machine gun. It's over here on this hill. So I think we want to do a platoon move up to here. So that's 2. Do I want to look for cover? No, but I think I want to order somebody to put down wire. I'm not sure how that works. So I'm going to have to go into the rules and find that. Go up here. Look at wire. What? What? Not again. Okay. Phone lines. Okay, 4 phone lines are provided as assets in each mission if phones are used. We are using phones because radios are just really unreliable. How come if I look up phone lines, it comes up with nothing highlighted? It's 17. Okay, assets. Phone lines. Phone lines. Phone lines. Phone lines. Reposition friendly as any secured cards, friendly occupied cleared cards. Huh. Read that. Cleanup phase. That looks like there's a lot more to that than a reattempt. Oh, and the reattempt, okay. Phone lines. Battalion headquarters may be unavailable due to damaged radios, phones, cut phone lines. Phone lines do not need to connect to the staging area. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. So I don't need to put a phone line down there. Field telephones and phone lines. Field telephones must connect. Oh, okay. During a mission, units assigned. Well, you guys see this? No, okay. Sorry. We're over here. Connecting phone lines. Field telephones must connect via an unbroken string of phone line markers or other phones. Field phone counter itself acts as a phone line for the purposes of extending the network. Any number of phone networks may be supported by a given phone line, including field phones from other networks. The company HQ's phone must be part of the connection for the company TAC network to function. Other networks must connect to the staging area. The number of telephone line markers available, if any, is noted in the mission instructions for the campaign. During a mission, units assigned phone lines may lay down one phone line marker per card. This does not require an order and occurs automatically when a laying unit leaves a card. Company TACnet using field telephones. Field telephones must be connected by phone lines. Each phone marker also represents a phone line. And the staging area includes integrated phone lines. Okay, so this is the, I think the company. So these phones also act as, so you can have the CO, like I could have the CO. Let's just look at it. Field telephones. Phone network A shows 4 units in communication with the company HQ. All units are in communication due to the network of phones placing phone lines and the integrated staging area phone lines. So all of these guys are in communication. The staging area is assumed to have like battalion, I guess. And then, so all of the staging area cards are connected to all of the cards in the first row. I mean, I've only got 3 rows. Go back here. Okay. We're over here. No. We were over here. Okay. I might come back and look at this, but for right now, I'm going to do this. So right now, the CEO is here. All of these are connected. So the CEO is communicating from here to here because the third platoon HQ has a phone. The sergeant does not have a phone. You know what? The mortar section does have a phone, though. The mortar section does have a phone, but the first sergeant does not. So I can't order the first sergeant to move up here. I'll have to do it in he's got some commands. I'll have to do it in the initiative segment. I'll just have to do it on initiative. Okay, so where are we? Third platoon ordered this guy up in here. No, second platoon ordered that guy up in there. Third platoon moved up in here. Did I? Yeah, I did that, right? I moved him down here too, I believe. This kind of bugs me because I'm trying to figure out one thing. I want to make sure these guys stay in command range of with the phones and stuff. So I think I did. Because he had saved commands. He had 2, 1. I think he had 4, right? I don't remember. I don't remember. Um, let's just say that he was here and I messed up and he's here now. I don't remember. So I'll make it hard on myself. These guys are all exposed. And then, First Sergeant. Okay, company and staff. They get 1 command. They get 1 command each. First Sergeant's got 2, so he gets 1 to 3. XO gets 1 to 2. And what did I say? I want to move him. Oh, yeah, the platoon move. I can't do that. So there's still cover here. We're going to use 2 commands to move you guys up here because I have to move, right? Now I could try to find cover up here. I think I might do that because I have 1 command left. I have 1 command left for him. So it might be a good idea if he at least finds cover because he's one of my commanders. Yeah, we're going to have him look for cover. He's veteran. He's veteran, and so he gets to draw 5 cards. And that is because if you come over here to our thing here, combat actions, we're going to look at movement actions. Attempt to seek cover. It is modified. The number of cards you can pull is modified by a veteran or green status. He's veteran, so he gets to draw 1 extra card. And that will give him his activation complete. Let's draw 5 cards. We're looking for cover, the word cover. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 4 covers. Oh, man. Oh, man. +1 cover, so we're going to have +3, hopefully, with our -2. But only the first sergeant is under the cover. So let's stack this. Let's stack this like this. Unfortunately, only the first sergeant is under the cover. They're both exposed, though. See if I repack that correctly. Yeah, they're both exposed. Only the first sergeant's under cover. All right. Well, I could, if I get enough general initiative orders. Oh, do I want to have my XO do anything? I already gave my XO their next order. I want to save it. I think we're going to save it. I don't have anything I want them to do. I don't want to expose them to anything unnecessarily. So now we're going to roll for general initiative. See how many we can get. We get 3. Nice. Cover. We can move. Hopefully we don't get, let's see, what do I want to do? I want him to try to find cover. So let's do this in a logical order. Got my general initiative up here again. What did I do with the general initiative marker that was here? What did I do with my general initiative marker? What did I do with it? Well, I've got 3. There was a marker up here for general initiative. Here it is. What's it doing down there? Okay, so we got 3 orders. First one is I want this guy to try to find cover because he's exposed and he's going to be resolving a potential contact, which we're going to slide up here. Not yet, because I'm going to be doing this one over here also. So let's try to find cover, draw 4 cards. I got 4 cover cards over here. Anyways, I don't know. So we're going to draw 1. We found it. 2, 3, 4. We did find cover over here. And then I want, that's 1, general initiative. Okay, hope we finish up this turn at midnight. We're gonna give the squad an order to move into cover. So we're gonna do that by moving you here, you over here. You can come back up in here. So now they're both exposed, but they're both under cover. So that's my second general initiative. I got 1 left. Now this guy needs to try to find cover because he might have another incoming marker coming on him. So he is also going to look for cover. Drawing 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. We found it. Good. But that marks him exposed again. So I only net out. I net out a -1 on finding that cover. Wow. Now, what squad is this? This is, no, not pinned. Show stacks. This is the second platoon. This is 2 of second squad, first platoon. Second squad. Oh, first platoon assets. So my platoon leaders actually have the wire. So I guess when they leave here, there'll be a wire here, and then a wire here, and then a radio here. Okay, anyway, so that's 3, right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, found cover, moved into cover. All right. So that is my general initiative. Then we come here to the enemy higher HQ event segment. Draw an action card if the HQ icon is present. Determine an event on the enemy higher HQ events table. Now these are always going to be in favor of the Germans. Mine, oh, you know what? I did move up another row. So what did the event say? Company on the flank is ahead. You must move at least one unit forward to a new row, the one further forward than the current lead U.S. unit this turn to close the gap. So that gets us what? Earn 1 experience point. For each of these events have completed that turn. There's no penalties for not being able to complete these events. So I get 1 experience point. Do I log that on here somewhere? I don't think so. I think the guy who made this said that he's working on I can't type in here, I don't think. +1. No. He said he's working on developing the a thing like this for the experience, to track experience points. The Vassal module has something like that, but he hasn't implemented that yet. So hopefully he does, because otherwise, I mean, even without that, this is like an outstanding module for this game. All right, so where were we again? Up here. So we got to draw a card. Wait a second. I was drawing for cover, right? He was drawing for cover. Yeah. It's my last action, because this has a phone on it. This one does not. So we do not have an enemy higher HQ event. We do have enemy activity, though. Enemy firing at cards without valid target shift ceasefire or cease shift fire. Check every enemy unit on the map for activity. Determine card order randomly on each card. Check units based on their status on the activity check hierarchy tables. So we have this unspotted mortar spotter. Unspotted mortar spotter. They have special table that we look up to see what they do. Enemy spotter activity. Spotter status, pinned or fire team side, no. Good order with no fire missions remaining. I'm not sure how many fire missions they get. Good order with fire missions remaining. So let's look and see in here if we can find out how many. It doesn't tell us. I don't think it told us how many fire missions they get. Mission special rules. Okay, here we go. Mortar spotters have 2 missions and draw 4 cards for the second mission. They've already done 1. Arty spotters have 2 missions and draw 3 cards for the second mission. A-rated squads have 6 ammo each. Weapon teams are only capable of transporting 6 ammo. Any additional will be left behind if the unit moves. So they have 2 missions and they draw 4 cards for the second mission. So right now, they are going to They have fire missions remaining, so they're going to attempt to call for fire on a card in line of sight occupied by opposing units according to the following priority order. Card with spotter's target marker. Now, it doesn't have a target marker. Spotter's target marker. Let's go back to the rules. We're going to look up the phrase target marker. I don't think one is placed. Registered targets and artillery mortar concentration. Instructions for some missions indicate that you begin the mission with a registered target or concentration marker on the map. If so, place a marker of the appropriate type on the card of your choice. Three code concentration markers are used in World War II and earlier, while 6 code target registration markers are used in later eras. They are functionally equivalent, will be referred to as target markers hereafter. Make a note on your log sheet of which firing agency a target marker is related to. Oh, you may also place a target marker on a card after a successful fire mission on that card from either off-map artillery or off-map mortars. You have no more than one target marker in play per firing agency. Move the target marker if the firing agency successfully fires at a different target. Okay. Enemy units can place one target marker per incoming package type, artillery mortar, heavy mortar. Add another card to the draw for an attempt to call fire from an off-map firing agency for any fire by the firing agency on a card containing its target marker. Okay. So we're going to place some Canada Dry in my mouth. Delicious. Very refreshing. So we're going to be firing at the same card because we're putting a target marker on that card. Because we had a because they had a successful fire mission against that card. So they add a card to that. So now they draw 5 cards for the second mission. For that second mission to be successful, we have to draw a card that has the burst marker on it when we're drawing 5 cards. And we're going to draw 5 cards. 1, 2, oh yeah, 3, 4, 5. Now we drew the burst icon with the 3 bursts on it, but I think that only applies to, look at the rules again. That only applies to, so that's a successful, so after this turn, I believe this spotter goes away. Because he's used both of his missions. Maybe I can log him on here. Oh, these are my attachments. No. Artillery, battalion, regimental, divisional. I think the way I have to track this, I think the way I have to track this is just with one of these markers over here. Not heavy mortar. Mortar ammo. mortar fire marker. I think it's this one. I'm going to mark him with this one. He had 1. He's down to 1. That was his last mission. So let's see what happens if I flip this over. Same thing. What happens if I go to change the state? Yeah, see, it just shows. Oh, I can do that instead of turning them. Okay. Well, I mean, I just have to remember next time he's used both of his missions up. I just keep them. Yeah, no missions left. This is his second. Call and fire a second time. But what do I need to resolve now? I need to resolve what was I just talking about a few minutes ago before I decided to eat a frito? What was I saying? Oh, damn. I need to find out about something. Oh, burst. The triple burst. The triple burst. A triple burst. I'm going to look up the word burst. So, just so you guys know, this is the rule: attempt to call for fire from an off-map firing agency, including airstrikes and attack helicopters. You see, this game's pretty deep. It's got a lot of stuff going on. Permission instructions, any eligible observer. So the way this works is that these rules apply to both the Germans and the Americans. So draw a number of action cards per the mission instructions modified by experience and check for the burst icon. Draw an extra action card if the fire is registered according to 7.16.5. If the icon is present and the call for fire prerequisites are met, then the attempt succeeds. Expend an available mission on the fire mission log and place a pending fire marker on the target card. So we got to do that. But okay, burst icon and one multi-burst icon. There's something about artillery though, where if a battalion fire mission is only available to artillery if a drawn card contains 3 burst icons, if the mission instructions say battalion fire missions are available for the firing agency, then you may perform a battalion fire mission. Choose 2 terrain cards adjacent to the original target card. Place a pending fire mission marker on those 2 cards too, or also, so you don't get confused with the number 2. These 2 cards do not have to be in the line of sight of the observer. So it's kind of like area of effect. Okay, we're going to go back over here. So that doesn't apply to us because this is mortar fire. What did I see, though, that I need to do? So I do need to pull another pending fire mission. This is not going to be a incoming right now, but you'll see how that works out here in a second. I really shouldn't have tried to find cover because so there are movements between cards. You can also move within a card. So this guy survived with a miss last turn. He had an exposed marker on him, -2. He survived. The incoming fire missed him. Even though he was exposed, he wasn't undercover. But looking for cover, you're moving. The command seek cover is a movement action. And so whenever you move, you get exposed. So right now, if I hadn't sought cover, and this is kind of the nuances of the game. If I hadn't sought cover, I'd be in a, oh, did I do the search? I didn't do the search thing for the, did I do the search thing for the, I didn't. Did I? I did it over here. But did I do it over here to search to see if there was in a strong building or not? I did it over here for the cemetery. I don't think I did it for the village. So let me do that. I might I might just be giving myself, I'll probably just roll cover. Okay. So I remember doing this for the cemetery. I don't remember doing it for the village. So we're going to do it for the village. We're going to pull an 8. Because it's my game. I spent $100 on it. So I can do this if I want to. And draw a card. Under the 8, draw a card. And then we got to reshuffle. Under the 8, it's a 7. I think it's the same thing. I just got regular cover. Yeah, basic cover. So see, I didn't do myself any favors. But I get to reshuffle. So my point was that if I didn't seek cover, I'd be at +3, -3. I'd be drawing on a 0 on the combat resolution part of the card. I did seek cover, which is moving, so you become exposed because you're moving around looking for cover, and that exposes you to the target. I did find cover, but it was only +1 cover, so now I'm actually a net -1. I should have just not looked for cover at all and stayed until I was not under fire anymore, and then look for cover, because now I'm going to be at a +3, -3, -1. I'm going to be at a +4, -5. I'm going to be at a -1 when I draw to have this thing resolved. So anyway, so we resolved this guy. This is his final fire mission. It is pending right now. It's coming in. And then I think he goes away at the end of that. Okay. Capture segment, retreat segment, combat, fire mission update. We do have potential contact evaluation. So we are under right now. We have 2 of them. So right now we're under contact. So we're going to draw to see which one of these is resolved first. This is 1. This is 2. So we're going to draw a look under 2. We get a 2. So we're going to resolve this one first. So see, I can put that one up there to remind me. This is the one I'm working on. So we're going to draw. This is a C. This is a C. So we're going to draw under contact, activity level. We're going to draw 3 cards and see if the word contact appears. We don't want it to. 1, 2, 3. And it doesn't. So this card is clear. This card is clear. So now, at some point, we can try to see. We can't fire on this spotter until they're spotted. So I can try to spot the spotter, and then we can fire on them. If they're unspotted, we can't fire on it, even though we know that they're somewhere in the marsh. We don't know exactly where, so we can't we haven't spotted them, so we can't fire on them. So that one was a good result. Well, not really. If we had contact, we'd move to engaged and we'd be drawing two less cards because now we're resolving this one here, the A, potential contact. So now on this one, because we're only under contact, we have to draw 7 cards. So we have a much higher chance of drawing a contact here. Now, I haven't said this, but you've seen me, like when I'm looking for cover. I think when I looked for cover with the sergeant because he was veteran, I actually looked for, I pulled 5 cards because you draw 4. This tells you how many cards you draw. You draw 4 when you're seeking cover. But if you're a veteran and you're doing it, you get +1 card. You draw 5. So I think on the second card that I drew, I got the word cover, but I drew 3 additional cards. Why? Well, because in order to keep this 51 card deck refreshed and moving along and not you getting, okay, I know that it kind of helps avoid card counting also if somebody wants to start counting cards. You always draw all the cards. So the point is, if I have to draw 7 cards and the word contact comes up on the second card, which it probably will now because I've said the second card, I continue drawing up to 7 cards. You just draw all the cards. If it says draw 20 cards and you get the one you're looking for or the one that the game says, trigger something on the 5th card, you continue drawing 15 more cards. You draw all the cards that the game tells you to draw. So we're going to draw 7. And if the word contact comes up, then we're going to have contact. 1, there it is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 3 contacts. There, I did say if it comes up on the second card, there was a contact on the second card, but there was also a contact on the first and like the 5th card. So we drew our 7 cards. We have contact. So what are these guys going to find? They're both undercover, but they're exposed. We're going to come over here to our thing again. And we're going to draw a card under the PCA column. And we're looking for the number under the number 10. That is the number 10. 10 on 10 is 11. Patrol, squad infiltration attempt, CSR 6, max line of sight. So I think there was something in here in the rules about squad infiltration. They are spotted. So let's go back to, I think there was there a mission special rule about it? It did say German squads. For each mission, check the enemy details box to determine if you will face Grenadier or Fallschirmjäger squads. Squad infiltration attempts. Okay. If the squad infiltration attempt package is drawn, make an infiltrate attempt by drawing 2 cards, adjusted for experience, and look for the infiltrate icon. If that icon is successful, place a new enemy unit on the placement card, not exposed, and under the best non-US occupied cover marker currently on the card. If The squad infiltration attempt package is drawn. Make an infiltrate attempt by drawing 2 cards. Well, let's do that then. So it is a squad. And here it says use the 4 Grenadier squads marked GR GP 1 through 4. Draw 1 at random each time a squad is placed. So the Grenadier GP 1 through 4. So I think what we have to do is they're in here. Search. Well, let's go back over here. Look at this again. GP 1 through 4. Grenadier. It's Grenadier GP 1 through 4. Okay, so it says marked GR GP 1 through 4. I think that's what we're looking at right there. Okay. Okay, so they're Fallschirmjäger. Oh, you do 1 through 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 because you're not doing the A/S. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull a card out, and if it's 1 through 4, then I'll keep it. That's the 6. That's the 5. That's the 4. That's not really random, is it? Shuffle. Okay. That seems more random to me than you draw the first one, then the second one. I mean, I could also draw a card to see if it's random. What if I drew this one? Yeah. I think it's random. I shuffled them. What if I shuffle them again? You're always going to pull that first one, I think. Yeah. So let's do this to make sure it's random. I'm just going to do 1 through 4. Okay, number 4 is a 1. It is the 1. Okay, we're going to grab the 1 right here. Pull him down here. He's going to do an infiltration attempt, I guess. I'll look in the rules again. Where's my rules? Oh, didn't I find that rule somewhere? Oh, it's in the special rules. In the special rules. So what did it say again? It said 11. Squad infiltration attempt. CSR 6. What does that mean? So A-rated squad have 6 ammo, so I got to get an ammo counter over here. Can I put this on here somewhere? I don't think I can. Oh well. Let's grab a counter machine gun ammo. Do this. Okay, you get 6. A-rated squads have 6 ammo each. All right. So now, infiltration attempt. CSR 6. Does that have anything to do with the ammo? If squad infiltration attempt package is drawn, make an infiltrate attempt by drawing 2 cards adjusted for experience and look for the infiltrate icon. If that action is successful, place the new enemy unit on the placement card. Okay, well, let's draw 2 cards then and see if the symbol shows up. 1, 2. It does not. So, if the action is not successful, place the enemy unit on the card, out of cover, and marked as exposed. Okay. The action is successful. Place the new enemy unit on the placement card, not exposed, under the best non-US cover marker currently on the card. If the action is not successful, place the enemy unit on the card, out of cover, marked as exposed. No actual movement takes place. The attempt is only made to determine the exposed status of the unit on its placement card. So that unit is going to go on. It's going to go on the placement card, out of cover, marked as exposed. Okay. I'm just kind of doing this based on what I'm reading. So they're undercover, exposed. He's not undercover, exposed. But we got to put a PDF here. They're undercover. Now this one's going to be small arms fire. That's going to be a flip. Do this. I guess I can just do this. We're going to do this. Small arms fire. And then this be automatic weapons fire. Because these guys have automatic weapons. Okay. So now there's still, okay. So this changes changes everything. Because now we have, now we have 2 cards with VOF markers on them. That means we go to engaged. But we also have engaged, at least 1 card with a VOF has both enemy and friendly units on it up here. So that means now we go into heavily engaged. So now if this like close combat thing takes place, if they both survive, they're both going to be on the card, potentially, by the next combat phase or by the next PC resolution phase. And you can see over here, heavily engaged, I could potentially clear all of these A markers out of here with only having to draw 3 cards. So we're already halfway, almost halfway to completing the mission. We've cleared out all these cards. Okay, so we did resolve the two potential contacts. Let's see, we did that. Pin recovery segment. Nobody's pinned. Okay, now we resolve the fire. Okay. So now this is the way this works. You resolve fire. You don't change any of the VOF or PDF markers until after the combat phase. So everything stays the same. So they say you can resolve it, the combat in any order that you want, but they do recommend to keep it simplified and keep it orderly. That you start at the top, work left to right, and then go down left to right, then go down again left to right. So the first one we're going to resolve is this one. Now, this one I think needs to be resolved randomly, but it doesn't, because they're going to fire on this one. They're going to fire because we're not going to change anything on this except this. This is going to go to a 5 because they're going to expend 1 ammo firing this turn on this unit here. So so we're going to resolve this combat first. So they are -2 +2. So that is a 0. There's no modifier for the fire. So we're going to draw a card, and it's going to be the 0 line of the card. And it is a pin. So now these guys are pinned. Now we're going to resolve these guys. They are exposed, but +2. They're undercover. So there are +3, -3 because of the VOF and the exposed marker. So they are also drawing on 0. So hopefully we can get a good account here. 0 is a pin. So they are also pinned. So that will work out for next turn, because these, I mean, I don't know what the German's going to do based on these tables over here that we use to determine what the Germans do in their activity phase. But if the German stays on this card, we stay at heavily engaged, then it's going to be easier to clear out these cards here. The chances of us coming up with contacts here are going to be less if we're heavily engaged. So we move on to, we resolved this card here, pinned and pinned. Make sure I did that right. Okay, they're exposed. +2, -2, and 0 VOF. So they were at a 0, and they got pinned. And then they were +3, -3, and they got pinned. Okay, I think I did that right. Oh, plus, so let's stack these. Now The exposed marker will come off. We want this marker over here on top of the Fallschirmjäger. And then these guys can just stay here next to them to indicate what kind of fire is coming in. And you know what? These guys actually, I probably did that wrong. Because as soon as this guy showed up on the card, they can see him, but they won't necessarily open fire. Normally they would open fire. They can see this adjacent card. They can see the unit on there because they're not undercover and they're not unspotted. And they would normally just open fire with this light machine gun, but they don't because there's a US unit in there. So let's check that as far as the rules go. That's going to be under combat, which is 6. Engaging, opening fire. I have a snack. Anybody here? Nope. Drink some more of my ginger ale. Try to finish that up. Got to go to bed pretty soon. Now, one nice thing about this game, as opposed to some other games that have commands and stuff and orders, is that you don't have to give an order to a unit to open fire. They just, as soon as they see an enemy unit, they open fire. In game terms, you have units open fire by placing their basic VOF on the target card and placing a PDF marker pointing from the firing unit to the target, if the target card is not also the firing unit's card. Some special VOF require issuing an order and passing an attempt check before placing a VOF marker. Unless overhead fire is possible, the basic VOF is always placed on the closest occupied card along the primary direction of fire and will shift if intervening cards become occupied, as noted in 6.1.2. Engaged unit will continue to fire at the same card until, I think I gotta read this first. Non-engaged unit open fire becomes engaged with its basic VOF when it's spotted eligible target, a non-casualty unit from the opposing side that it is possible to open fire on, within range and line of sight. That's the one I want. I had to hop across a couple of streams to get there. These guys are up on this hill, but they can still be seen by the by these guys down here. I'll try to scroll this up so you guys can see this because I know my camera's over here. You know what? Let's go over here. I can't. When non-engaged units open fire, become engaged base VO automatic and this is automatic and mandatory. This may happen whenever changes occur on the map. For example, this is mandatory. You can't go, well, that guy just moved into my line of sight, but I don't want to shoot at him. I want to shoot at this other guy. Nope. Yeah, you can't go, well, this unit is spotted in my line of sight, but there's another unit over here that I want to try to spot next turn and start firing on them. I don't want to fire on this one squad. I want to fire on this stack. Well, you can't do that. If a unit comes into your line of sight, they're spotted, and there's another unit that's unspotted that you want to try to spot, No, you can't fire on an unspotted unit. You have to fire on the unit that you spot. It is automatic and mandatory, as per this right here. This may happen whenever changes occur on the map. For example, movement of friendly and enemy units. Spotting reveals a previously unspotted enemy unit. Smoke or incoming markers are removed. Placement of a unit on the map while resolving a potential contact. If multiple cards with spotted opposing units become into view at the same time, units engage according to the following priorities. Closest card, or card projecting the strongest, lowest VOF random, if equal. Okay. Friendly units will not automatically open fire on a card where units from both sides are present. When first placed, enemy units will place a PDF VOF will always open fire on the card which triggered its placement. If a unit enters a card where there is firing already going on, the unit entering joins in the existing fire. Let's see, it says here. Friendly units will not automatically open fire on a card where units from both sides are present. Friendly units will not automatically open fire on a card where units from both sides are present. Will not automatically. Okay. But this just makes it sound like they will at some point open fire. Just not automatically. But does that mean they just won't fire into a card that has both units present? Hmm. What's the exception to that? Maybe it's down here. Okay, example 1. Okay. German Squad 1 is engaged with U.S. units on an adjacent village terrain card. Where's that? The 1 exerts an automatic weapons VOF. The U.S. squad exerts small arms. Okay, small arms, automatic weapons. The U.S. forward observer calls a successful white phosphorus mission into the German unit's card. The line of sight is lost, so the PDF is removed, and the German's unit's automatic arms VOF is placed on its card as a reminder it is still firing and will use ammunition. Oh, okay. The U.S. The line of sight is lost, so the PDF is removed. Right, so it's only one way now, one-way fire. The German unit's automatic arms is placed on its card as a reminder that it's still firing and will use ammunition. Okay, so you just put this up here. He's still firing. He uses ammunition. Will affect any user enter the card. The U.S. units have line of sight into the card with smoke, so their small arms VOF remains in place. Example 2. It is possible to place a VOF on a target in order to open fire. It must be possible to place a VOF on a target in order to open fire. In this situation, squad enters the card on the left, right here. Although heavy machine gun team is line of sight, it does not open fire as it is not possible to place a VOF on the enemy unit. Here. VOF is also placed on the closest occupied card, so stop it. It's always placed on the closest occupied card. Okay, well, that doesn't really help me. Open field and litter team hold up in a farm. Smaller is placed the farm. Potential contact triggers a contact. Exposed team in place. Close range. It's not answering the question about. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to go out to. I'm gonna have to go out to our friendly neighborhood Google. Hickey dicky. Yeah, field of fire. Will a friendly unit fire? Will a unit? I could just say, is there any friendly fire? Will a unit fire into a card with a friendly occupied by a friendly friendly unit? Will a unit ever, I gotta put the word ever fire into a card? Because that's the question. It won't do it automatically, but will it ever do it? You know what? I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. I gotta go to bed at some point tonight. Actually, you know what? These change. These both change to all pinned. So if a unit, um, this German squad is firing on this squad and leader, but they're pinned. So the only fire that this unit is taking is from pinned units, vice versa. And we're not going to fire into here. So we're not going to fire into there. Okay, so that's that. Now over here, we're going to resolve this. Now, this is how we resolve this. Oh, you know what? This is what I wanted to show you up here, and I skipped right over it. No. Remove existing, incoming, airstrike, and white phosphorus fire mission VOF markers. Remove them. You remove it. Now you flip pending markers to their active side. So remember, this guy fired his second mission, fired off, and it landed. So we flip this one to, it's the -3 incoming again. I forgot to do that. So now we have to resolve that down here. Ew, let me resolve that. It's going to be a -1. That's stupid. This I say, there's so many nuances to this game. You really have to think it through before you do something. Okay, so there's +4, -5. So we are on a -1. Let's see what happens on a -1. It's going to be a hit. It's a miss. It's a miss again. I drew the same card. That's 6. I drew that same card. No, was that card a 2? No, I think the 2 is the 1 and everything is a hit. It's a miss. Everything on this card is a miss. I couldn't miss. So they are golden. They are golden. Okay. So we resolved all the combat. These guys are not going to fire into. They're not going to fire into here because there's a friendly unit. They're not going to fire. So that's it. So now where's my chain of command? HQ. He's in communication with this radio, this radio, this radio over here. So now, since I know that this is their last mission, I just want to double check this again. Let's see. Mortar spotters have 2 missions. Now I'm assuming the first one was one of their missions. And they draw 4 cards for the second mission. Yeah. So again, they didn't have to draw on the first mission. The first one was automatic. They drew 4 cards for the second mission. So I can move into this card because I know next turn I can move my second platoon into this card because I know that this is getting resolved. So again, a nuance. Well, let's see. Now let's go to enemy spotter activity. Good order with fire missions remaining? No. Good order with no fire missions remaining. Remove from play. So this spotter is going away. We don't even have to spot them next turn. They're just going away. So I think next turn we're gonna send the XO up here. These guys. And you can give them a command because this turn we really want to try to do all of these, all 3 of these A's. Because we got VOFs on 2. This stays here until the next turn. You remove the existing incoming airstrike markers. So this VOF stays on here. These VOFs stay on here. So we're going to be heavily engaged, because we're going to be engaged 2 or more occupied cards under VOF markers, and at least 1 card with a VOF has an enemy friendly units on it. So we're at engaged because of these 2 cards, this one and this one. They have VOF markers on them, and this card has both of these friendly and enemy units on it. So we want to move up here to trigger that potential contact. We want to move up here to trigger that one, move up here to trigger that one. Why? Because under heavily engaged, those APC markers, which are normally the most likely to get triggered with contact, we're only going to have to draw 3 cards. Now, we could draw 3 cards on all of them, and they could all come up with contact, but the chances are much less likely. So now we are in the update ammo levels. I think he's gone. His ammo level is, we changed it to 5 from 6. So we already did that. Cleanup phase. can't believe this guy got missed twice on a 0 and on a -1. No, he got missed twice on a -2 and a -1. We're both misses. Okay, let's clean up. Remove the turn marker 1. Now we're on turn 3. And we remove the exposed markers. They came off. And this guy's going to go away. That trench stays there, though. So we move up into that. We can move right up into the trench and get that cover. Yeah, he's going away. So I'm going to mark him with out of ammo. That's for an SC though. Oh, fire missions. That's what that is. FM, fire missions. But there's no zero state. There's no zero state. So I guess if it doesn't it's heavy mortar fire mission. Yeah, they should put a 0 state on here. So I guess if it doesn't have a marker on it, it be an indicator it doesn't have any missions left. So that's been resolved. This was resolved. The the markers here, these are updated to all pinned. This one does not get removed yet. So I think we're all done with this. So we start next turn up there, turn 3. So now what unit was this? Oh, you know what? My squad leaders. So once the squad leaders leave the cards, then they will put down, they've got the wire, they'll put the wire down. But they won't do that until they leave the cards. And I guess I did that to keep them in communication, all 3 of them. That's why I gave one to all 3 of them. I don't know if that was wise or not. Okay, that is it. That is where we stand on this training mission. I know I probably made mistakes. But, you know, I'm learning. And I like the system. I think the system is very elegant and extremely nuanced. Extremely nuanced. Yeah, just incredibly nuanced. I still don't know what that CSR6, if that has to do with ammo or not. Let me, because we already looked at squad infiltration, and let me go into the, let's go into the rules and look up squad infiltration. Squad infiltration. Interesting. I mean, it does say special rules, so let's scroll down for enemy. I think it's just under special rules. It's just under the special rules. If the squad infiltration individual making a change. Yeah, what does that CSR 6 mean? I don't get it. Let's go to Google. Squad infiltration. CSR 6. Something scenario rule? Something scenario rule, maybe. In Mission 1, I drew the enemy patrol package, which is squad infiltration attempt. I followed the CSR Rule 6. Oh, what's CSR Rule 6? Combat something Rule 6? And the infiltration attempt failed. Ready, the CSR 6 would seem to me, already, the CSR 6, it would seem to me that the enemy squad is placed on the U.S. card, which triggered the contact. However, on the enemy force package table, it says place at max line of sight. So is the infiltrating squad not placed on the triggering card? Also, the table says that no PDF VOF is placed. Is this correct? It always goes, oh, the infiltration attempt, it only determines if you place the unit exposed or not. It always goes to at max line of sight from the triggering unit. And then if you have someone in range who isn't already occupied, you get to fire at it before it does anything. What's the whole point of infiltration, though? Infiltration is like when you stealthily move into a card. I don't get it. Why don't they just say that it's not? Why don't they just say marked exposed? I understand the infiltration attempt and the placement of cover. Let's see, where am I? Let's see if I can. See if I can pull this up. I like to jump in. I understand the infiltration attempt and the placement of cover of the unit being exposed. In my case, an assault team was the triggering unit. Range of point blank, same card. Since the infiltrating unit does not place a, there's no combat resolution against either unit. Oh, okay. I think that I see what he's saying. Because it says in this package, it says no, place a PDF and a VOF, no, which means that they don't fire. They haven't been spotted, I guess. So what it does mean is these guys are on the hill. So now we still have to determine the infiltration attempt only determines if you place the unit exposed or not. It always goes at max line of sight from the triggering unit. Then if you have someone in range who isn't already occupied, you get to fire at it before it does anything. as you say, it's not quite an ambush, as it may be too far away, but you've certainly seen it before. But you've definitely seen it before it sees you. Okay, so it always goes at max line of sight from the triggering unit. So it is exposed. It goes at max line of sight from the triggering unit. So you still have to determine a direction. So we're not going to get the on the same card deal that we thought we were going to get. What is CSR 6? Now this person said I followed the CSR rule 6. Combat special rule or scenario special rule or what? I don't. CSR, get it. I'm probably just missing something here. Where is CSR rule 6? Six. Campaign special rule 6. Okay, got it. But see, it does kind of sound like if the squad infiltration depth package drawn, make an infiltrate attempt by drawing 2 cards. Look for the infiltrate icon. We didn't see the infiltrate icon. If that action is successful, place the new enemy unit on the placement card. Oh, the placement card. The placement card. Okay. So I know I'm going to be doing this wonky, but we're going to do it the right way. At max line of sight. So what direction are we? We're going to draw a card to see what direction we're going in. This is going to be on a 1 to, it's going to be on an 8. Draw a card. 8 is an 8. So I think it's the front right. Yeah, an 8 is a right front. So it's going to go at max line of sight. So, but it's not going to have a PDF from itself. I guess I can resolve this, right? It is exposed. We're going to just do that with that one. We're going to do that with that one. Put this one up here. But we got to first do something else before we do that. Do this one, get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. This unit's exposed too, but this one won't get fired on. Okay, this. Now the thing is that, okay, exposed. This is exposed. But we have to draw a terrain marker. This is long range. So on the card, if there's a fire on the card, that's called, if this was a C, so this is the type of fire, small arms. This is the range that that small arms can fire at, long range. A C range is, a P range is point blank. That's not, it can only fire on the same card. A C range is close range, which would be, it can fire on the card it's on, it can fire one card adjacent to it. L is long range. It can fire 2 cards out. V is very long range. It can fire 3 cards. So I need to pull a terrain card to see, because we're on a hill and this can fire long range. It can fire out 2 cards. So I need to see if this might be showing up at max range out here. Well, actually, this can see over the farm out here anyway, so it is going to show up out here. Let's just draw a terrain card up here. Flip it. Oop. Flip it. So it's going to be here. It's not firing though, so it still has 6 ammo. And it's not going to fire at me, so I don't know if I should resolve that combat again. Hasn't fired yet. It's just walking along the road. There's another way that they've done this in another scenario or something where they just say that there's a squad that is on patrol, and it's the same thing. It's on patrol. Now I'm pretty sure this is the way it works, where you have to draw a card you have to draw a terrain card. If this can fire, it's on a hill, a level 2 hill, so it can fire over the farm. It can reach out to here, which is long range. So you have to draw a card to see what it is. Because if this was a hill, you put another card on top of that. But it's going to see this anyways. So I don't know if I should resolve this again. I mean, this thing turned out to be pinned. Well, I should resolve it because they wouldn't have been able to fire on my guys anyways. And they would have gotten a -2 for being exposed +1. So they'd be a -1. So let's go ahead and resolve it. We'll just draw a card for a -1 for them. -1 is a hit. So that's where we're going to look down here under the L, or under line. And they are a fire team now. They are a single, oh no, they are 3 steps. So 1 step becomes a fire team, 1 step becomes a casualty. Let's see, fire team. Oh, not an assault team. State is going to be a fire team. So we have to go into the manual too to see how these guys degrade. What page am I on? 19. Okay. Let's go to page 47. So these guys were a grenadier team. In fact, it was 1GPGR. But it doesn't say that on the card. It's confusing. It should say 1GP. Oh. Let's see, that's confusing. So how do they degrade anyways? Fire team and them. Fire team, fire team. First step hit. Last 2 steps is a fire team and a fire team. So as a casualty though. Fallschirmjäger squads go from, an S fire team, okay. The S fire team, and then the A and L. S fire team, A and L. Didn't it say grenadier, that they're grenadier squads? Let me go find that. Go back. What page is this? 48. Let's go back to page 19. This is too confusing. German squads. Now, what does it say? It says in here that it's a German GP or GP Grenadier. Well, it says that they are GP 1 through 4. Use the 4 Grenadier squads. Well, they're not there's no Grenadier squads up here. They're all Fallschirmjäger. Ah, I bet you they're in here, aren't they? Yep. Well, I got the wrong one in here. Shuffle. Draw one out. Doesn't matter. Got the wrong one, that's why. I pulled the Fallschirmjäger instead of the... So we're going to flip this over. We're going to get rid of this. Get rid of that. They do have 6 ammo. This guy needs to come back up here into what bag? This bag, no? Yeah, this bag here. It sure make it easier if you just laid them out. You know, just lay them out. And tell us to draw a card to determine the random one that's drawn. Eesh. Okay, this one is this one. Okay, so you still got hit. Sorry. You still got hit. But now let's see how page 48, let's see how they break down again. It's a Grenadier squad. It's a GR, not an FJ. Got it. But they're this one here, the A and L. I think 1 GPGR is what it said, right? On page 19. Oh no, we're on page what does it say? I'm in the wrong one again. I think it was on page 19. Where does it say? I saw where it said that. Yeah, enemy. The Grenadier squads. Grenadier, GP 1 through 4. Okay. Refer to the breakdown chart. Okay, so we pulled one that is a what? It's an A. Okay. That's why you pull them randomly. So now we go back to page 48. We drew the A. Breaks down, the first step breaks down to a fire team and a fire team. So I think that's what it breaks down into. It breaks down into fire team and the AL, right? No, AL. AC. Oh, Oh man. Fire team S, AS, A, litter team, paralyzed. It doesn't give me the option of pulling a fire team. It doesn't give me the option of pulling this fire team, A, long range. Well, it's losing another step. So it's gonna wind up becoming an AC. Oh, the first step fire team is this one, the SC. Okay, okay, okay. I got it. I am learning. Okay, the first one's this fire team. The SC. It is green. What am I looking at? SC. Oh, I was looking at the result. See, that's we get way off track. Oh. Okay, fire team and a casualty. So we're going to draw another LAT. That's going to be a casualty. What's the last two steps? One step hit becomes SC. I think the last step becomes a fire team with automatic weapons in close range. I think. Okay, so the next step becomes a casualty. No, was it paralyzed? Nope, casualty. That's pretty easy. Oh, I got to pull the casualty out. Okay. Get rid of that. I need a casualty marker. Oh, there you go. What if I can draw that just by right-clicking on the card? No. And then the last step, the last step becomes this fire team, A, C. So I did need that one out. I did need that one out. I did need that one out. AC. Yeah, this one here. And then this one goes away. That cannot be reconstituted because well, it could be reconstituted, I guess. These fire teams are not, they're not associated. This goes away, I think. There was something in here that said something about they get ammo. Yeah, the last two steps are a fire team. What if there's a casualty? Maybe it's I think it might be fire team and then this. Then one of these steps becomes a casualty, and then you go here in this order. So it's actually a fire team. It's not this fire team. It's a C. It's an S fire team. So this is going to be an S fire team. One of these. So I think it's showing you. You start with this one. You move to the right. So the first step became a fire team, and then you had this left. The next step became a casualty. So then you had this left, and this step, the next step becomes this one here. So if there was only one result, this would have become a fire team, and then you would have had this here, 2 steps left. But the second result resulted in a casualty, and then these last 2 steps here, right here and here, I think. So these are going to be close. You got 2 of them, but they don't have, do they see? I think they see now. So now we would place the, right? We would adjust the PDF because we had the combat determination down here, and then we would adjust the VOF and PDF over here. But they can only fire at close range, which would be this card. So they don't fire. There's no PDF, there's nothing to fire at. So these guys might actually wind up just retreating off the map. Okay. So I think that does it on that. So it doesn't matter if these guys don't get ammo. If it was a machine gun, if it was automatic weapons, I think they might have gotten an ammo marker, but they don't. I think that would have been on which one? That would have been on over here. Yeah, A-rated squads have 6 ammo each. So it started out with 6 ammo, and then it got hit. And then it got demolished into a fire team, a casualty, and another fire team. I think that's how I was reading it. And so again, these guys can only fire at close range, which is into an adjacent card. So they can see them, but they can't fire on them. So there's no PDF, there's no volume of fire up here. These guys do maintain a, I need to put that on there. Small arms, small arms volume of fire. These guys are small arms. So they got fire going this way, but no reciprocal fire coming back. These guys run to a VOF. They'll probably get moved out next turn. They'll probably just retreat off the card because they don't have anybody to shoot at. They're not in range of anybody. So, all right. So now that we got that resolved, I wonder what made me think of that. I think resolving I think looking at this, and what was I trying to do with that? I was trying to, figuring out the campaign special rule of, now see, to me, it's confusing. It's confusing to me. First of all, campaign special rules. Okay, got it. I just didn't go back far enough. Campaign special rule 6. Now that is patrol squad infiltration attempt campaign special rule 6. It's just the little details like that. It's like, what is CSR? Okay. But then again, if the squad infiltration attempt package is drawn, make an infiltrate attempt by drawing 2 cards, adjusted for experience, and looking for the infiltrate icon. That action is successful. Place the new enemy unit on the placement card. The placement card, not on the triggering card. So those are 2 different, there's a differentiation between the triggering card and the placement card. So the placement card has to do with where the unit is going to be placed when it comes on the map. So, and since from here we can see over the farm, we can see into the next card because we have long range. We can fire into the next card. So it says place it at maximum range. If that action sets place a new enemy on the placement card not exposed and under the best not exposed, under the best non-US occupied cover marker currently on the card. If the action is not successful, which it wasn't, place the enemy unit on the card out of cover marked as exposed. No actual movement takes place. The attempt is only made to determine the exposed status of the unit on its placement card. Why couldn't you just like a random? Oh, you do. It is a random of infiltrate. So they use that mechanic, the infiltrate mechanic, and just just drawing, roll a dice. If it's a 1, it's exposed. If it's a 2, it's not exposed. Type of thing, you know. They do it for flavor. That's fine. They do it for flavor. And I finally figured this out. So I figured out that special rule. I finally figured this out. I had the wrong, first of all, I had the wrong squad out there. I had a Fallschirmjäger instead of a Grenadier squad. So I got that fixed. And then this over here, so this was kind of confusing to me, max line of sight. So if it's on the same card, how can it be max line of sight? No, they didn't say put it on the triggering card. They said put it on the placement card. You still have to determine the unit placement, and then that would determine where the squad shows up. It was spotted, it was exposed, it was moving, it was exposed, and it did not place a PDF VOF because it couldn't see us, hadn't seen us yet. Okay, so we got that resolved. Okay, that's going to do it for me. Everybody, thanks for watching. Appreciate everybody. Thanks for coming into the channel, Shroom, and hanging out for a while I try to learn this game. Very difficult, very challenging. I'm going to blow my nose real quick. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I mean, the game's really good. I mean, it's like I say, there's so many nuances to the game, and just getting all those things right. So I really feel like I learned some things tonight. So we're learning about spotter, what happens with spotters. We're not going to be heavily engaged. We're still going to be engaged because we got this VOF marker up here. Got a VOF marker over here. So now to clear out those PCAs, it's going to be 5 cards instead of 3 cards. So expect some fireworks from that. And we learned about just the difference between triggering card and placement card. Made all the difference. Oh, on placement. Okay. And then yeah, so I feel like I'm learning stuff. I feel like I'm learning the game. When these guys move out, they're going to put wire down. They're going to put wire here and here. And then probably put wire here and here. I don't know though. I probably should have given one of these guys 2-wire. So that way the CO could just hang back here and communicate with everybody. Now we'll see how it works out. Anyways, we are on what, turn 3? So done quite a bit in 2 turns. We did all these in turn 1. We did this one in turn 2. So yeah, we're getting stuff done. Anyways, I gotta go to bed. I am so tired. And I gotta get up early for my daughter. She's probably gonna wanna. Yeah, it's 1:30. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. Let me get this saved. It's gonna be this is, yeah. I'm gonna save it under this one. Okay, yep, that's saved. Okay. Let's exit to the main menu. Okay, that's going to do it for me, everybody. Thanks for watching. I'll probably be back on tomorrow night. Like I said, I'm going to try to stream at night. Not for 4 hours, though. I was on for what? On for 4.5 hours. That wasn't the plan. The plan was to stream for like 2 to 3 hours. But again, just trying to learn this game is I'm trying to plow through. And really what I need to do is just like 1 turn a night, probably. Or just stop at some point and just make a note of what I'm doing, what the plans are and stuff. Because I gotta get up early in the morning. Probably about 7:30 I'll be up. Anyways, thanks for watching. Thanks for anybody who comes in, my VOD watchers. Thank you for watching. As I like to say, wherever you are in the wide world, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or night, put yourself in a position to be blessed. And be blessed. And we'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Thank you.